We kill the music? The music is still on. Okay. I call to order the, what this is October 7th, it says August 19th, October 7th Board of Education meeting at 7:04 PM. And Ms. Francisco, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
All rise. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Clark, will you please take the roll?
Member Agakanian?
Aye.
Member Weisberg? Clerk Ferguson?
Here.
Vice President Tabbitt? Here. President Frentner?
Here, thank you. I'd like to remind everyone who's coming in, especially because some of you are just arriving, masks are required at this meeting, so if you're not wearing one, please put one on now, and it must remain on while you are here. If you're speaking at public comment, we are all keeping our masks on so that you can be heard through the microphone, even with a mask on. Thank you. And also for those coming in, I know it gets a little bit loud because the door opens, but please, while we're in session, if you could keep it down as much as possible. Thank you. Item 5, excuse me. Reporting out on closed session items 3A through 3E were for discussion only with no action taken. Before we move further on the agenda, we have unfortunate news to report. The district has learned the sad news of the passing of former district employee Mayor Rebecca Prado, who worked at both Burbank High School and William McKinley Elementary School in the roles of counseling assistant, community resource assistant, and volunteer coordinator from 1989 until her retirement in 2020. Our thoughts and prayers are with Ms. Prado's family and friends.
This is
No, okay. We also have a second very sad announcement regarding the passing of Gina Quintanar. Her photo was up. I'm sure it will be back up shortly. Gina Quintanar, a longtime BUSD employee and Burbank resident, passed away on September 24th, 2021. Gina was kind-hearted and friendly and was always looking for opportunities to help those in need. She served as a campus supervisor at Emerson Elementary School before moving to John Muir Middle School. She worked at Muir for 12 years and made the cafeteria a safe place for all of Muir's kids. She also organized Muir's summer registration and had parents and friends of Muir coming back for years and years to volunteer just because of their ties to Gina. Gina retired from the district in August 2020. She also served and worked at St. Robert Bellarmine Church in youth ministry, where she made an impact on the lives of hundreds of Burbank kids throughout the years. Always involved in PTSA, Girl Scouts, and Boy Scouts, Gina had a heart for volunteering, particularly to help and guide children. She is survived by her husband, Louis, her son, daughter, and granddaughter. Services to celebrate her life will be held at St. Robert Bellarmine Church on October 16th, 2021. Rosary is at 12:15 p.m. with services at 1 p.m. with a reception to follow. Our thoughts and prayers are with Gina's family and friends. On a personal note, I knew Louis and Gina long before I ever got involved in Burbank Unified. You will never know more sweeter or kind-hearted people. I'm proud to call them my friends. This evening's meeting will be adjourned in the memory of Mayor Rebecca Prado and Gina Quintanar. Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you, President Frittner. I do want to extend, obviously, my personal condolences as well, but also take a moment to speak about Ms. Mara Prado. Schools are fantastic institutions because they're filled with people that change lives. And whether they are teachers, whether they are clerks, whether they are custodians, you name it, everybody has the potential to really make the difference in the lives of kids. Mara Prado was an individual who did that for me, and she was an assistant in the counseling office, somebody who knew how to make kids be seen, also how to make sure when a kid was having a hard time they could get through to her. Mara cared about kids in a way that was above and beyond, and fought for many years to continue to be the best grandmother she could be, continue to be the best mother she could be. And I know that I am more prepared and more capable in this world because of Mara. So my deepest condolences, as well as we all, suffer and really celebrate the lives of these people who leave such tremendous holes that can never be replaced. But my condolences.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. We will move on to item 6, adjustments to the agenda. Do we have any adjustments, Dr. Hill?
Yes, we do, President Frittner. Before I comment, though, I just want to remind everyone, you must be wearing a mask fully covering your face at this meeting. If you refuse to wear a mask, I'm going to have to escort you out. So can we pause the meeting and please have your mask on? So let's make sure we have the mask fully covered on our faces throughout the meeting for the safety and wellness of everyone. If not, we'll ask that you leave the meeting. For adjustments tonight, we would like to move the presentation up on the agenda after the oath of office.
The 11A move up to just after 8A?
Correct. And then I would also like to start my comments earlier, right now, if I can introduce our new Director of Special Education.
Please.
Yep.
With that, I ask our Assistant Superintendent, Ms. Caseo, to come to the mic to introduce our new Special Ed Director.
Good evening, President Frittner, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and members of the Burbank community. I'm really happy to present Dr. Paulette Koss as the Director of Special Education and Psychological Services. Dr. Koss has taught special education as an RSP and SDC teacher for grades K-12 for 20 years, including 3 years at Emerson Elementary School here in Burbank. She served as a special education administrator in LACO's juvenile school courts and as a principal of LACO's Road to Success Academy. In addition to her K-12 experience, Dr. Koss serves as adjunct faculty teaching master's classes in special education for Brandman University and is a doctoral dissertation chair and mentor at Walden University. She has presented national webinars on universal design for learning, classroom management, and inclusive practices. She earned her bachelor's degree in elementary and special education from Youngstown State University, her master's degree in educational leadership from Cal Poly Pomona, and her doctorate degree in organizational leadership from Brandon University. Additionally, she is a planning commissioner for the city of Glendora. Dr. Koss enjoys yoga, hiking, traveling, and watching Netflix. She is delighted to return to BUSD to serve our students and their families. Dr. Koss, if you could come up, please, and say a few words.
Oh, thank you. I didn't really have anything prepared, but I just want to say I'm just delighted to be back in Burbank. I was at Emerson as an RSP for 3 years. That was almost 20 years ago, so that shows like how I'm getting up there in age. But I have very fond memories of Emerson and just being back in the district for, it's been about a month now, and I'm just really loving getting to meet everyone, see all the schools, and jump right in and really bring some quality special education programs and make sure that we're improving them all the time. Thank you.
We're still on item 6. Do we have any further adjustments to the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to item 7, items for future agendas. Mr. Ferguson.
President Frittner, I will ask Dr. Weisberg and I serve on a subcommittee working on the school resource officer program, and so just would like to schedule, bring a report back for discussion at the board in the near future.
Ms. Sabat?
Dr. Hill and staff, I know that there's a lot on everyone's plates with so much going on, but we also have other issues going on in the community, and I've been working with a group called Together We Can, and their group Slow Down Burbank. They have been also in communication with City Council. We've been working with Councilmember Nick Schultz to come up with some things to do. They also met with the police department, and Sergeant Stone has indicated that they have money in their budget for every 15 seconds, the program we used to have back in the day. Can we have a staff member possibly talk to Sergeant Stone and see what's available and discuss bringing that program back? It was, in light of recent things that have happened, I think it's a good program to bring back at this time, even though it can be very stressful to some. I think the overall big picture, even if we have to make some accommodations or whatever, is good for the whole student body to remember what driving under the influence or driving fast or street racing the effect it can have on a whole community. So if we could have someone talk to Sergeant Stone and take a look at that and see what we can do to bring that program back. Appreciate it.
Okay, those 2 items. Any other items for future agendas? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 8, the oath of office. And if I can have our 2 new board members join me at the podium. Is it in my packet? Thank you. This. Okay, great, thank you. Sorry, we had the opportunity to swear in our first board member earlier, but these are board members from Burbank High School and Monterey High School. So if you will please repeat after me. Raise your right hand. Sorry, thank you, Ms. Clark. I'm a little out of practice. I, and state your name,
I, Shoshana Terpetrosyan,
Hi, Isaiah Chichil.
and you can say the rest together, do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without or purpose of
that's
invasion,
okay, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Subscribed and sworn to me this day, 7th of October, 2021. Congratulations. Welcome to the board. I do have your certificates of office, but I haven't signed them yet, so I will do that before you leave and get them to you. So before we move on to reports of the board, we are going to move up item 11A, presentations and recognitions, the update on Burbank Human Relations Council's fundraising efforts in support of the renaming of Dolores Huerta Middle School.
Thank you, President Frittner. I'd like to invite Ms. Marsha Ramos from the Burbank Human Relations Council up to the microphone.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. We're still celebrating that, and there's more to celebrate this evening. I know you're going to pronounce something else, so I think celebrations are a good thing, and that's why I'm here. The Burbank Human Relations Council, BHRC, has a rich history with the Burbank Unified School District, providing policy input, advocacy, and presenting Holocaust education programs for the past 35 years. In 2018, BHRC wrote a letter to the board in support of a name change at the middle school, and the Burbank Human Relations Council representatives attended the subsequent public meetings. When the name change was announced, we were delighted to hear you had selected Dolores Huerta. Dolores Huerta, like the Burbank Human Relations Council, has been advocating for civil rights and equality for more than 60 years. The extraordinary Ms. Huerta is an educator, a civil rights icon, a social justice champion, a community builder like no other, and a force for good. She has charted the path for many to succeed and to thrive. This past summer, we enjoyed working together with you to support this transformational undertaking and to assist, in part, with the implementation of the name change to Dolores Huerta Middle School. In August, BHRC held an outdoor fiesta to bring our wonderful community together to celebrate the name change, and the Dolores Huerta Middle School principal, Dr. Meg. Joining us were students, parents, BUSD staff and board members, city council members past and present, education and community leaders, and so many friends of the Burbank schools. Tonight, the Burbank Human Relations Council is pleased to present a check for $10,000 to the Burbank Unified School District for the renaming expenses and enhancement at Dolores Huerta Middle School. This check is a bundle of contributions from a diverse community of support. Every donation from $5 to $500 is an affirmation of the renaming effort and Dolores Huerta. Please allow me to use this opportunity to thank BHRC leadership, past and present, for their unanimous and hearty support. Past President George Cycli, and immediate past and present board members Tim Murphy, Gloria Salas, Tamala Takahashi, Suzanne Wirtz, Lori Blake, and our treasurer Mike Chapman. our incredible members, which include you, and many friends and supporters willing to work together to achieve this financial goal. And we did it in such a short time frame. We are certain that under the banner of Dolores Huerta, this very special middle school will continue to foster an academic environment that is inclusive and inspiring. And we present this check in her honor. Sí se puede, sí se puede. And we'd like to have a big check and take a picture if you don't mind. And I also have the real thing right here. So with that, I'd like to bring up past President George Slikely and Vice President of our board, Gloria Salas. And if you'd take a picture with us, we'd be honored, because we want to thank everyone with a photo to show just this is a great accomplishment for a wonderful cause. Thank you, Kimberly, for taking the photo.
Armand, do you want to come behind George? That looks a better picture.
Smile, smile. Is everyone smiling? We're smizing. Thank you so much, Kimberly. Thank you all. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you, Gloria. I think I would give you the real check.
Would my colleagues like to say anything? Mr. Ferguson, I think, first.
First, we took on this major challenge that took years to get done in terms of a community conversation around an institution, the name of an institution, and whether or not that institution could continue to be named in the same way that it is and represent and serve all kids. The answer to that question is no. And instead, we found, I believe, somebody who is inspirational, somebody who has set an example, and yes, somebody who was able to even come and inspire our children when we voted to name the school and institution after her. Making a vote is an easy thing. It can be a hard thing, but that's the easy thing. Getting the work done is critically challenging, especially in the pandemic world. When we picked up the phone and called Marcia and the Burbank Human Relations Council, as you have always been, you were the partner that said, let's see what we can do, and let's see if what we can make happen. And through that, a rose garden, marquees and signs were redone, murals that have beautified the campus, and more than anything, a legacy that says, again, as you said, an affirming legacy that this community supports it and is willing to write the check to make sure that that name stands out in lights. So this has been, I think, a systemic issue that we've needed to correct, and we did. But to have partners that helped us get there. We didn't use taxpayer dollars to do this. Again, because of the Burbank Human Relations Council, we were able to use community funds and not take a single dollar from the classroom and make this still happen. That is huge. But that is the power of partnership. And so my hope is not to keep asking of you, because you have done already so much, is first, my sincerest thanks to the entire board for helping us make this difference for kids and for making kids feel like they can belong at this school site. Thanks for being partners in that. And two, if you can continue to work with us to keep her legacy alive on that campus. There is a rose garden that, at the request of the Burbank Human Relations Council board, has been established out in front of the school, and let that always be a reminder of the partnership and the possibility ahead of us that we have planted seeds now for the long-term future. So again, my sincerest thanks.
Dr. Weisberg?
Thank you. I just want to echo a lot of what Mr. Ferguson said and just thank you so much for being partners with us. I didn't have the honor of being on the board when the process began, but it was my huge honor to be able to vote for the name. I don't think that I will ever forget the cheers and the roar of the students at Huerta when they saw Miss Dolores Huerta come out. I mean, I'll never forget it. It will be a seminal moment for me forever. And to echo something that Mr. Ferguson also said, to take the name of somebody who did not want all of our students to be learning together off of the school and to replace it with somebody who is so emblematic of education, of activism, of standing up for what you believe in, and the pride that comes with that. I'm indebted to you. I know we all are. So thank you to the entire board. Thank you so much for all the hard work, all the fundraising, everything you did to make this happen. And it's great to know that we'll all be tied together as we see the school grow and flourish for years and years to come. So heartfelt thank you to you and the entire board.
Well, as my colleague said, many thanks to the Human Relations Council of Burbank for supporting us. It was a daunting task to change the name of a school that has been here regardless and part of our community. But the change needed to be made, and I'm glad we were able to get through the process, and you made the process that much easier for us by being such amazing, willing partners. You are living examples of when Ms. Huerta shouts out, "Si se puede," it's because of folks like you that we can. And so I appreciate it, and thank you very much for your support. And yes, lots of partnerships going forward. It's an honor to be able to work with you. Thank you.
Dr. Cunningham?
Thank you, Mr. Ferdinand. I do want to thank BHRC for not only this event, but your continued work. I know you've been there, and will continue to be there when it comes to issues that concern certain communities. But also, the word human is in BHRC, and we're all humans here. And I think this celebration was a testament to what we can do as human beings. I met Ms. Huerta in 1999 when I was first getting started in the world of activism. And she was an inspiration, continues to be. And I think she said it best during the event. It's easy to name a new school, but changing it, that's difficult. So thank you for being agents of change, because I can tell you, the students and the speeches we heard, they were just wonderful. So thank you again. And for any of you out there who don't know about the organization, you should join them. They're a wonderful organization. And you have a website. And so thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you. My colleagues have all spoken so eloquently. I don't know that I could top it, but just know that how much truly we appreciate the efforts and the partnership of the BHRC, especially in this, for this instance. As it was pointed out, it was a long process and it was easy to vote, but then we had to make it happen. And as much as we managed to bring the cost down, there's still things that cost, and we had made the pledge that we were not going to use taxpayer-funded money, so we had to find a way to make that happen, and it wouldn't have happened without you and without your organization. So we will be indebted to you for that for as long as the school is standing, and I hope that's an awful long time. And again, I agree. I look forward to more partnerships with you. It's a fantastic organization that I am proud to say I am a member of as well. So thank you so much. Okay, we'll move back now from 11A back to item 9, reports of the board, starting with our student representatives. Please, if I get your name wrong tonight, correct me so that I don't keep getting it wrong all year. Okay? And that goes for all three of you because Ms. Reeder, who is our normal representative from Burroughs, couldn't make a night, and they've got her representative stepping in for her. So you will be starting Leota Kashravi, right, from John Burroughs High School.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leota Kasravi, and I'm the ASB Vice President of John Burroughs High School. Unfortunately, Jewel Reeder, the ASB President, was not able to make it, so I'll be her alternate for tonight. I hope you're all doing well, and I will begin my report by talking about the events that we have already conducted within the time of the last report and now. We hosted the UCLA Blood Drive on our campus on September 27th. We exceeded our goal of 50 units of blood from the large participation from our student body and staff. ASB worked the drive to make sure it went smoothly. Next, ASB worked alongside the Burbank Student Mental Health Board to host a Yellow Day at our school to raise awareness on suicide prevention on our campus. Students and staff were encouraged to wear yellow on Fridays and throughout September, and many participated. We sold yellow ribbons and raised over $100 for the Trevor Project, which is a nonprofit for youth suicide prevention. ASB also hosted Kindness Week on September 27th through October 1st, where we hosted events during lunch and had spirit dress-up days to promote kindness around our campus. Additionally, the College Peer Mentor celebrated the Cal State and FAFSA applications opening by giving out free cookies in the quad at lunch. The CPMs have also begun to meet individually with senior students to discuss post-high school plans and personally give them the senior planning packet made by counselors. Moving on to upcoming events, the senior class committee announced a homecoming theme, A Night in New York. We will be hosting our homecoming outdoors in the quad on October 16th. This year it was decided to have a gender-neutral homecoming court to make students feel welcome on campus and at the dance. Along with honoring and celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month since September 15th, ASB is hosting Ballet Folklorico Mexico Azteca, sorry, did not say that right, on our campus on October 8th during lunch to perform a traditional Hispanic dance that outlines Hispanic history. To end off Hispanic Heritage Month, we are hosting a game of Loteria, a traditional Hispanic game for all students to participate in at lunch. It has been very important to educate our student body on different cultures in order to honor the diversity at our school. To continue educating our student body, on October 15th, we will begin to celebrate Filipino American History Month until November 15th. On October 8th, we will be having a school-wide Breast Cancer Awareness Day, where our campus has been encouraged to wear pink in support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Our football, band, cheer, and dance team will be celebrating their senior night on October 8th as well, and will continue our pink day at the football game. Burroughs will be hosting the PSAT during school on October 13th for 10th and 11th grade students, and the counselors will be hosting a workshop on October 9th for students and families to get help filling the UC, CSU, and FAFSA applications. To continue on into wide communication between students and admin, we began our new Monday schedule on September 20th. Students responded well to the new schedule due to the open communication between admin and students throughout this new change. ASB was also visited by Dr. Promo, where ASB was given the opportunity to speak to him about our feelings on mandating vaccines and feelings about our school resource officer role on campus. ASB was very appreciative for this visit and felt content with being able to represent the student body in the board's process. So thank you, Dr. Promo. Thank you so much for listening. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Ferguson?
Just a quick comment and great report. I actually had a chance to visit Burroughs with Dr. Chambers, and he took me by the College Peer Mentors class. And so just want to see if we can get a presentation on that later. down the road. Really incredible to have peers, again, learning things about like financial aid, application deadlines. Amazing. So was able to stop by. We definitely, you highlighted it. We need to hear a little bit more just so the public can see it because it's fantastic. So thank you.
Ms. Tabbitt?
Couple things. Dr. Paramo, apologize, but could we get some feedback on your meeting with the ASB board? That would be fantastic. And secondly, I really want to thank you. I know this may seem kind of silly, but I was a member of the band in high school, so I want to thank you specifically for including band and your dance teams in senior night.
Of course.
They many times get overlooked, and I'm glad you're including them. So thank you very much for remembering to include everybody as much as possible. So that's awesome. Thank you.
Anyone else? No? Thank you for your report. And let me just say, I also thank you for raising funds for Trevor Project, incredibly important organization. I think the idea of the outdoor homecoming is a great idea, and the gender neutral court, also fantastic idea. So, kudos to ASB.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Shoshana Terpetrosyan from Burbank High School. Yeah. We had a little bit of help because, of course, your brother was here just a couple years ago, so I had practice on the last name. So.
Good evening, Board President Frintner, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and senior staff. My name is Shoshana Terpetrosyan, and I am the student board member for Burbank High School, along with being a senior on campus and ASB president. On September 2nd, the first blood drive of the school year was held in collaboration with UCLA in the small gym, which I can proudly report that we received over 100 signups and a confirmed 73 bags of blood. This was a significant event where ASB worked to promote the importance of donating blood, especially since we are in a national blood shortage. And we would like to believe that people donated blood out of the goodness of their hearts and not because of the free movie tickets which were being advertised. Following the blood drive came Burbank High School's annual Club Rush, which was held in the quad, where over 60 different clubs were present. Burbank students saw a variety of different clubs such as UNICEF, Mock Trial, and Rotary. And more, where they got to experience what each club was about and how to sign up via Google Classroom and Remind. Clubs are an immense part of our campus culture, and some events that are current are the Black Student Union's food drive for non-perishables and Mock Trial's first competition of the year, which is on November 1st. On September 10th, bright and early, senior class co-presidents Rachel Somsak and Hovannes Babujan hosted this year's senior sunrise at 6 a.m. on the field, where students thought it would be ruined because of the light rain, but Krispy Kreme donuts and the amazing sunrise atoned for it. Furthermore, the week after came Spirit Week, which included Slumber Party Monday, Twin Up Tuesday, Wilderness Wednesday, Run On Neon Thursday, and Hawaii Luau Friday, which was also the theme for our annual football game held in our field. In support of Suicide Prevention Month, a lunchtime activity was held in the quad where students would come up and make yellow bracelets with butterfly charms. On our morning announcements that occurred during second period, twice a week, there were many and continue to be multiple outreach programs where students can talk about mental health and seek out help for any difficulties. Hispanic Heritage Month is from September 15th to October 15th, and in order to celebrate the Hispanic countries and cultures, ASB has collaborated with two clubs on our campus, Spanish Club and Unidos, to create posters of the flags of different countries, which are put up in the third floor of the quad. Transitioning to the topic of school dances, homecoming tickets have begun on Monday, October 4th, and will continue through the 22nd. The theme of this year's homecoming is, drumroll please, A Night in Italy. It will be held in the main quad in regards to safety because of COVID-19, but we are hopeful and excited for the new location. With the unique new school year came a unique new news outlet, which was introduced to our student body by our journalism class, which transformed our newspaper into an eye-catching magazine. Journalism carries the large role of informing our students in any interesting way possible. Some things it mentioned was Coach Pete's memorial and some updates about our aquatics program. Our Burbank High School's art department is astonishing, and it is evident in the drama's production of The Wizard of Oz, which will be held on the Fridays of the 15th and the 22nd, and the Saturdays of the 16th and the 23rd. Another great showing will be BHS's IMA show, The Witching Hour, which will be played on October 8th at 7 p.m. in the Wolfson Auditorium. I highly suggest coming to both of these amazing performances to see our extremely talented students. For fall sports, our girls tennis team has been doing incredible and has ranked second in Division 3, which we are very so proud of. Boys water polo is second in Division 5 and 80th out of 580 in the nation. I would like to also announce that our girls volleyball team beat CV in their last home game of the season. Golf season is coming to an end, sadly, but 3 of the team's players, Kiara Hernandez, Alyssa Tran, and Lizette Orellana, have qualified for Pacific League Finals. The team placed second in league and won the year prior, which is a continuation of their extraordinary success. We are exceptionally honored to have such great student athletes on our campus. Thank you, and as our great principal, Dr. Crowther, says, it's still great to be a Bulldog. Are there any questions?
Any comments or questions? Dr. Weisberg?
How do we get to see the magazine?
So it comes out during lunch, but honestly, if you ask anyone from our campus, we'll probably be able to get you a copy. So if you want a copy, I'll bring it at any time.
Fun. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Anyone else? Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you for a great report. It's clearly in your blood. So welcome to the board.
Thank you.
And I will say the board used to get a copy of student newspapers and magazines now. If we can get that again, just so we can see what's happening and what students are writing about on campus, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Abbott? No? All right. Well, thank you, and congratulations on the blood drive. It is incredibly important these days, so fantastic. And again, I love that our high schools are adapting to the conditions, and having the homecoming in the quad, I think, is a great idea. So congratulations on that, and thank you for a great report.
Thank you.
And our final student board member speaking this evening will be Isaiah Chichil. Is that Chichil from Monterey High School.
Good evening, Board President Frittner, members of the board, Superintendent Hill, and senior staff, and our audience at home. Thank you for inviting me here today to represent Monterey High School. Monterey has started the school year off strong. We've transferred over to about 75 students, and all new students have been in an orientation class this quarter. That class helps students look at their transcripts to come up with a graduation plan. The new students are also taking a reading, writing, and math assessment to look at what skills students still need to learn to be successful. Students that may need more support are put in an intervention class to work on missing skills. The teachers have been planning out some new electives this year. They are speech and debate, ethnic studies, child development, and graphic design. We are so glad to be back in person so we can start learning some new skills that will help us after we graduate high school. We are also happy to report that we are starting up our ASB class again. Our ASB students will work hard to create fun activities to help students connect to school. One way we are connecting to kids in school is with clubs. Our most popular club is basketball club. Students meet Mr. Geyer in the morning to play basketball. We have been happy to have Dr. Hill play with us a few times. We are honored to have someone as special as him take the time to come out and shoot some hoop with us. We would love to have anyone else come out to play with us. It's every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30 at Monterey High School. Although this year has been challenging, we're all working together to create a warm and welcoming school for all our students, and we're happy to be back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Dr. Agakanian?
Is it okay if you pronounce your last name? Is it Sh or is it Ch?
It's Chichil.
Chichil. Thank you. I wanted to say that because we have Miss Khosrovi with the Ch, and of course Mr. Petrosian with the P. So I know it's somewhat difficult to pronounce, but I think as we learn, because I have a
as
very
I said, I
difficult
wanted them to
last
correct
name.
me right away.
Yeah, I get Agakanian, it's really Agakhanian, but if you can say Ren, then, you know. But I really wanted to thank all of you, and by the way, thank you for the T-shirt with the new bear logo. It looks really nice. But I want to welcome all of you as well, and of course, how's your brother doing, by the way? Good. Well, welcome everyone, and thank you very much for all you do.
Dr. Weisberg?
All three of you killed it. So good. So I want to say thank you. You don't want me to play basketball, but I love it. So I'll definitely come watch and cheer, but you don't want me to play basketball. But it's so exciting to hear about all the diverse things that are happening on all three campuses. To hear about ASB starting back up again in the magazine, and I think gender neutral homecoming is amazing. I'd like to learn more about what that looks like. Super exciting. It's impressive to hear about all the things that all of you are doing on top of your studies, on top of whatever's going on at home, and the fact that you every couple of weeks give up a very long Thursday evening to be here with us. We're here for you. So we hope you'll also bring, when you do your reports, if you have questions, if you have concerns, if you have things you want us to think about, let us know. We don't want to just hear about the good stuff. We want to hear about the hard stuff too. So please feel comfortable. Let us know. And if you don't want to do it during school board, send us an email and let us know how we can help you that way. So huge welcome. And I look forward to hearing your next reports.
Thank you.
I think we should create a little basketball team.
I think it's a terrible idea.
Mr. Ferguson?
There you go. There you go. Okay, well, I will take up your offer and I will join you for basketball if the superintendent will as well. I may be tall, but I am awful. So everybody can take full advantage of that. But if the superintendent will join me, so that way there's at least two bald people on the court to balance that out, I think it'll work.
I'll see you next Wednesday at 7:30 a.m.
See? So if you want to watch, anyway, so thank you for the offer. I am thrilled to hear things are taking off again at Monterey in particular. The ASB class resuming, huge. Speech and debate starting up. I, was a part of one of the first teams of speech and debate at Burbank High School. And you know what? I volunteer if you need any help with that, because Monterey is it's incredible. It's really a great school. And so to hear again that we're launching, that we're getting back into the swing of things, as our other comprehensive high schools are as well, great. Let's get going. This is a great year. So I'll see you Wednesday.
Mr. Abbott? Nothing? All right. Thank you for a great report. Glad to hear the ASB is getting up and running again. It's important. We want that at all of our high schools, including Monterey. I unfortunately think my basketball playing days are behind me. They're about 75 or 80 pounds behind me, so maybe I'll be the water boy for you sometime. But thank you all for for just doing a great job. We are proud to be a district that has student board members and active student board members, and we are sure all of you will do a great job. Thank you. We'll move on to item 10, request to address the board. An individual or group representative may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or subject within its jurisdiction by completing a blue request card. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 5 minutes may be allotted to each speaker, except by unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. And since there have been people coming in since the beginning of the meeting, just a reminder again, if you are here in the meeting, you need to have a mask on at all times. The mask has to cover your nose and mouth. If you're here at the podium, you'll be able to speak into the microphone. We will be able to hear you. Everyone else should be able to hear you as well. So please follow the guidelines. We appreciate it. So we will move on to our first speaker tonight is Joel Schlossman. And he will be followed by Susan Francisco.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I still have two of my kids who are involved in the school district here. And when I told you that I disagreed with your pronoun program, I gave you some examples. And I really let you in a little bit to what I was thinking. And the six of you promptly took turns calling me homophobic. Now, one of your employees came here with a Spanish interpreter, needing a Spanish interpreter, and I told you that I thought all of the employees involved should be speaking English and should be able to read English and understand English. And I gave you some examples why, safety examples. And I've got a dog in this fight with my kids going to school. So the 6 of you promptly took turns calling me racist. And, that's problematic. That doesn't encourage participation. When you come here and articulate your thoughts, I don't agree with you on some things, and then you're calling these names. Very hypocritical. Dr. Agakanian, the rest of my comments are directed at you. You said, I normally don't respond to Mr. Schlossman, but when everybody else was getting their pound of flesh, you looked at me and you started in. And you seemed to blame me for everything from the difficulty of the pronunciation of your name, your son complaining about your name. You looked right at me and I wrote down what you said. I'm going to quote you. Quote, you are doing a disservice to your children when you tell them to speak English. Unquote. And the problem is I never said it. So were you attributing that to me? Because I didn't hear anybody say something like that. That's a despicable thing to say. Nobody said it. But you were letting loose on me, and I had to wonder why. But the most offensive thing that you said, the most despicable thing that you said, was keep your opinions to yourself. You're in dire need of a civics lesson and how government works. I'm doing an apology from you because you were looking at me when you said that. And I'll direct you to the Constitution of the United States. The first words are we, not you, not what you think. This is sacred ground right here for all of us to come up and give our opinion. Think about those words of the flag salute. One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And you, sir, seek to take away my liberty, my voice. There's no sign here that says you have to agree with Dr. Agakanian. There's no sign here. We disagree. And for all of you to take turns. It's the lowest point I've ever seen at a council meeting or a school board meeting. To give my opinion, it's not easy to stand here, but I've got an interest in this. I want you to educate our children well, and you've gone off the beaten path. You've fallen astray. So the timer's not working, so does that mean I get to go forever?
You still have 2 minutes. I've got a separate thing. You've got 2 minutes.
Well, look.
Just under 2 minutes.
Yeah. I'll use my last 2 minutes, It's important that our employees speak and read English. Some of our employees are mixing chemicals for use around the children. I want those employees to be able to read English. It's important. There's a ratio there. And I didn't invent this stuff. I'm a voracious reader. I read articles from all over. And there's been cases where employees didn't do it right. And the reason is they didn't speak English. And I gave you a bunch of examples. Safety is important. You told me I was wrong. And the superintendent, who's in his 3rd floor office, lives in Santa Monica, he tells you one thing. He tells you everybody's bilingual. That's fine. But the actual employee who works in the evenings and weekends with his coworkers says that these people are speaking Spanish. I'm not against Spanish, and that's how you made it, that I'm against a foreign language. That's not it at all. I'm talking about our children's safety. That's all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Francisco, to be followed by Polly Stenberg.
I am not. She just Good evening. I'm here once again to speak on behalf of Burbank Coordinating Council. We are getting ready to host our Yogurtland event. It's going to be on October 15th. We would love for you guys to come out. We'd also love district support with this, so we can talk to the principals and maybe hand flyers out to our students so that we can get really good participation. The more people we get out, the more money we raise so that we can help our families in need. So that's going to be on October 15th. As soon as I have flyers, I can bring them to the schools. You let me know however that we can best serve you guys. And we also have our annual gala coming up on November 6th from 7 to 10 p.m. at the UME Credit Union in the parking lot. They're going to do a tented situation there. They're going to have some entertainment. You can buy tables. They come with drink tickets and food tickets. They're going to have some food trucks out there. So we'd love to get great participation in that as well. Every dollar that we raise there will also go back to baskets and food for our families. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Abbott?
Dr. Hill, in the past, if you were a nonprofit partner of the school district, you could send your flyer to Rose to be approved and then forwarded to school sites that have to be approved. Rose is retired. There's been a little reorganizement, but however, we also now utilize Google Classroom and other online services. So could we maybe have a discussion about flyers in the future and how they could get into students' hands or parents' hands?
Right, just real quick, we have a similar process for elementary flyers go to Dr. Knappich, secondary flyers go to Dr. Paramo, and we send it out via Blackboard.
Good to know.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Polly Stenberg, to be followed by Nadra Ostrom.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Polly Stenberg. Good to see everybody and good to be back here in person. I want to say, first of all, a welcome to Stephanie. I don't know if she's here. Yes. Hey, Stephanie. I want to say a big welcome to our new DEI consultant. I've had the great honor and opportunity to be in conversation with Stephanie around some of the forthcoming DEI work, and I'm so grateful that we have a new partner and leader in this work for those of us that have participated in the DEI committees. I also want to say a huge thank you to you, Sharon, and to Robin Anders, who's not here, who's been instrumental in getting us parents access to the textbook materials so we can be a part of that conversation as far as what's happening with our children's curriculum. And so that's specifically what I wanted to speak to tonight in my understanding of this conversation around the sufficiency of textbook materials. It is my basic assessment as a parent that as the currently adopted textbooks for middle and high school stand now with the SAVIS and the HMH, that as standalone text, I feel that they're insufficient. And specifically, I feel that way in terms of the way that they fail to uplift Indigenous perspective. So in our anti-racist statement, we focus on this idea of denouncing racism as the product of white default supremacy culture and recognize the impact of systemic and generational racism as traumatic to our country, community, and school district. And then we acknowledge that all lives cannot matter until Black lives and the lives of Indigenous and people of color matter. So I grounded my sense of this insufficiency two examples from the text. And in moving through sections of the text speaking to the world in the 1400s, there are sections that speak to our California indigenous populations, and they reduce them to sentences such as the California indigenous communities were small groups who hunted and collected wild foods. And then in speaking of Columbus's arrival to the islands of the Bahamas, the Taino name, which is the indigenous population where he arrived, is invoked only twice, with one sentence quoting Columbus. The Taino were a peaceful people who could be converted to Christianity and provide slave labor. The text includes no further material about the Taino experience or perspective in the forthcoming discussion. In her brief guide on how to assess American Indian material, Mishwana Goman of the Towananda Band of the Seneca, an associate professor at UCLA in gender studies and American Indian studies, encourage us in part to consider such questions, such as whether the material, quote, speaks solely in the past tense, and whether it centers European superiority and uncenters indigenous science, technology, and gifts given in the world. So these considerations are extremely relevant. This is auspicious timing given we have Indigenous Peoples Day coming on Monday, and I want to be sure as we are moving through our curriculum that we are centering our awareness about Indigenous perspective. I'm really happy to see information coming out of the Impact series that's being piloted in my daughter's third grade classroom. It seems to do a much better job of giving specific history and cultural information about the variety of California populations. But even as it's doing a better job and taking strides towards centering Indigenous cultures, we still have to supplement, particularly as regards learning about the history and present-day culture of our local Indigenous populations. This may not be best accomplished through a text at all, but through studying the types of story maps being built through programs like Mapping Indigenous LA, where students, as an example, have an opportunity to rethink how maps can show connection, alliance, and mobility within the Tongva landscape, which is one of our Indigenous populations. There are ample resources, such as those provided by the Mapping Indigenous LA project through UCLA, that turn us towards primary approved sources from our local populations of Gabrielino Tongva and Fernandeño Tataviam Band of Mission Indians. It is my recommendation regarding the teaching of Columbus that we turn to books such as Rethinking Columbus to help us teach this formative bit of history through an anti-racist lens. My wish is for curriculum adoption to be a living and evolving process, which is nimble, and that we are always considering the ways in which default white supremacy and Eurocentrism may permeate even the very structure of our learning mechanisms. I would lastly suggest that this is a perfect moment for us to reflect as a community, as a school board, and as a district to adopt and honor Native land acknowledgement practice. And not only that practice, but as written by Northwest University. Can I do 2 more sentences? Last 2 sentences. It is important to understand the long-standing history that has brought us to reside on the land and to seek to understand our place in that history. Land acknowledgements do not exist in a past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current, ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nadra Ostrom, to be followed by Armin Zagarian.
Good evening, Board, Dr. Hill. My name is Nadra Ostrom, and I am a parent of 2 in the Burbank School District, member of the DEI Committee, and also proud co-founder of Destiny Education Project. I'm here tonight to talk about a couple things. One, I understand that you guys are going to be voting on the contract for Stephanie McCoy, DEI coordinator. I want to throw my full support into her being a part and joining our team. I've also had the honor to speak with her, and I believe that she is a great fit to work on the issues that we've started working on in the district. And I'm definitely appreciative of the work that we've made so far, and just want to take a time to acknowledge that as our kids are coming back onto campuses, we definitely have instances where kids are being harmed or discriminated against. So we have a lot of work still to do. The next point, or the next topic that I'd like to talk about, is also with regards to textbooks. Piggybacking off of what Ms. Stenberg just said, one of the things that stood out to me when my daughter was about in 1st or 2nd grade, she asked me one day, are there still Native American people? So I could not agree more that the materials that we have, they need to be supplemented, because the curriculum, the education that our children are getting do not reflect the reality, and they are walking away with incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading information. I think it's also relevant for students to know the history of textbook publishers and the textbook industry. I'm a part of that, so I know exactly that the information is not always taught the same in every state. Textbook publishing is political. Many textbooks have issues in their texts that may not include, but are not limited to the following: the underrepresentation of minority, marginalized ethnic groups in texts, images, and references, descriptions of people of color that exaggerate negative associations or stereotypes, missing stories of achievements of people of color, and the idea that social and economic disadvantages are the result of personal circumstances and decisions rather than systematic injustices and inequities. In our current HMH text, it describes democracy as being developed in Athens and then spread through Europe. And to outright attribute the beginning of democratic ideals to Athens neglects a rich history of democratic ideals in Africa, something that I never learned about. And it saddens me that decades later, we have seen no change in this area. In his article, Towards an African Theory of Democracy, Ademola Kazim Fayami with Lagos State University writes, "It is important to have an understanding of the governance's systems of pre-colonial Africa. In a bid to justify the imposition of civilized government on their colonial territories, European imperialists characterize African pre-colonial political structures as autocratic and oppressive. Nevertheless, that conception was grossly inaccurate for many traditional African societies. In the case of the Yoruba, for instance, an investigation into their socio-cultural history will reveal the democratic structure of their political cultural heritage, evident in their process of choosing leadership, the principle of checks and balances in the kingdom structure, the recognition and respect for rights and freedoms, and representational and participatory features of political organizations and social orderings." I would full-heartedly support that we supplement, because there's no textbooks that are going to show the multiple perspectives of the world that we're living in a multicultural society, and to reflect the accurate history of our own country. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Armin Zagarian. I hope I got it right. And the next speaker will be Max Sinovoy.
Hello, board members. I am a proud parent of Burbank Unified. 2 of my children attend Burbank Unified, and the 3rd one will be on his way. I am here to speak against the vaccination mandate for children, simply because there's a lack of information about mRNA vaccines. There are no long-term side effect information available for us. Please don't get me wrong. I've gotten the vaccine myself. Every adult in my family has gotten the vaccine. However, there's no need to give this vaccine to children, because in most cases, children are asymptomatic. They do not have major side effects. We have made sure all adults on our campuses are vaccinated. Therefore, there is no need for the children to become a part of this study. And I did volunteer. As we all get the vaccine, we are volunteering for a study, because mRNA vaccines have not been given to a mass population in the past. COVID does not cause complications in children. This is majority of children, of course. At the beginning of the pandemic, I decided to go against, everything that I've researched in the past and just fully trust CDC. I was on the news, listening, and just trusting everything CDC said. And CDC clearly posted on its website that COVID-19 virus can live on surfaces for days. And of course, we all remember how we rushed to buy the bleach and the alcohol-based products, which ran out of the stores, caused a lot of panic on people. We all had a little quarantine station for our boxes. We wouldn't let the boxes in the house for 3 days, and then we would let them in. Well, CDC just all of a sudden changed the wording, and they put the most up-to-date information on their website, and then that is how it is. There are no apologies for making mistakes. CDC does what it does. Having taken Biology 101, I had learned that viruses do not live on surfaces, but like I said, for very long. But like I said, I put my full trust in the CDC. And then CDC said we only need to make sure to stay 6 feet apart, because droplets from an infected person getting onto another person is what causes the spread of the virus. Well, before this pandemic, I had done severe research about vaccines before I, really chose which ones I give to my children and when I give it to my children. So thimerosal is a mercury-based preservative that was used in MMR vaccines for years and years and years. It was given to children. And CDC was okay with that. They recommended it. It was totally fine. The rise in autism and other learning disabilities caused scientists to conduct studies that found that this mercury-based preservative was causing the autism and other learning disabilities. Of course, CDC doesn't acknowledge that, oh, this is what's causing it. They simply state that as a precautionary measure, we're going to take out mercury-based preservatives from vaccines. Now, on all over the news, there's information about in 2014, the United States government funded experiments that manipulated coronavirus gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Whether CDC's denying this or not, it raises a red flag, whether it's true or not and how much investigation needs to be done to bring out the complete truth. I'm not sure, but all of these things are bringing my doubt of whether CDC's information right now is what's best for my child is really, really, doubtful. I cannot experiment on my child. I became a part of that experiment, but I cannot do it for my child. We gave DDT to children in the past. We've done all sorts of things that we found later on it was not okay. Education is the fundamental right under the California Constitution. The Equal Protection Clause of the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7A, and Article 4, Section 16A, bar the state from maintaining the public school system in a manner that denies some students the basic education necessities provided to other students. So I hope that
If you could please wrap up your comments, ma'am.
I just hope that our children are not banned from school for a vaccine or flu shot, whatever it's called, that only lasts in their system for 6 months anyway. Thank you.
Excuse me. I can appreciate that you will support some speakers, but we've got a lot of speakers who want to talk tonight. And the longer we have to wait for that kind of applause to die down, the longer it's going to take for everyone to have their chance to speak. So please refrain from outbursts. I will also like to remind speakers, you have 5 minutes. We try and be fair to everyone, and if someone's trying to wrap up, we'll let you get in, finish a couple sentences, as the last couple speakers have. But if you hear the beep go off, please wrap up your comments. Thank you. Our next speaker is Max Sinovoy, followed by Lana Sinovoy.
So first of all, I'd like to say it's good to see everybody again in person. And it's been a long time. So, dear board members, Superintendent Hill, thank you for the opportunity to address you guys tonight. And again, this is regarding the vaccine mandate possibility. I don't want to get into someone's specific feelings regarding the vaccine. Everybody's very passionate one way or another. So that's not what my conversation's about tonight. I think the main thing is, how do we keep our children safe? Right? I think we can all agree, no matter how you feel on the position, that is what all of our jobs are as parents, as board members, as teachers, so forth. How do we keep them safe? So how do we do that? I think mandating a vaccine alone is not the way. There has to be a choice, as the past speaker just mentioned as well. I think there needs to be a choice for people that if you do not want to get a vaccine, you don't want to have your children get a vaccine, that choice is there. I think choice is always a good thing in our country. It's right now the choice of getting tested. So again, how do we keep our children safe? I think testing is a big thing, because testing is a way that we know if someone has the virus or not, right? By just saying, okay, let's all just go get a vaccine, Well, people, as we all know, whether it's ourselves that have been vaccinated and possibly had it, or other friends or family, so forth, people that get a vaccine still get the virus as well. So just mandating that a school is 100% vaccinated, I don't really think accomplishes that theme of how do we keep our children safe. Right here, I have an article from Nature magazine that shows that basically that they say, and I quote, "The protective effect is relatively small and dwindles alarmingly at 3 months after the receipt of the second shot." I think this explains what happened in Israel. The first country to have an extremely high percentage of their population back in January or February get vaccinated. However, the emergence of the Delta variant in June, and their numbers skyrocketed. That was approximately at the 6-month mark. So what is the answer? Again, I think it's testing. Testing is the only guaranteed way of knowing if our children are around the virus. Even with a high vaccination rate, that really doesn't solve anything. With regular testing, we can spot trends and moment to moment make changes. We know of many students, we're friends, we have 2 kids, and one in middle school, one in high school, many students that we've spoken with that have said they're not going to do it. So it absolutely, truly breaks my heart for those parents and for those children, and I'd hate to see one student miss out on the experience of attending a school. To think that we would take that opportunity away from a student, is really bad. The recent statistics that I read on your site show the school that my daughter goes to, Dolores Huerta, 359 students, 0 tested positive. 35 teachers, 0 tested positive. John Burroughs High School, 515 students, 1 tested positive. 39 teachers, 0 tested positive. So in the 2 schools that my daughters attend, 874 students were tested, and there was 1 positive. 74 teachers tested, 0 positive. So this vaccine is for emergency use only. I'm just here to ask, where's the emergency? To put parents and children in this position, I think we really need to have an emergency. And I always go back to some of the biggest people in my life. Martin Luther King's speech, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." So by us demanding people do something, aren't we infringing on their character? Isn't that what this is all about right from the beginning? We can't take people. Discrimination in any form is bad. We cannot discriminate against people. One of the most special things about our country is the ability to choose. What happens with a woman's body should be up to the woman. What someone chooses to worship or not worship should be up to them. All opinions matter. All students matter. Having said that, we can have our cake and we can eat it too. We would like to see all students get tested on a regular basis, and therefore there be a testing option so we don't lose any students in this vaccine possible mandate. This way we could teach our kids to
Please
be truly...
wrap up your comments, Mr.
Yeah, we actually started a little late. This way we can teach our kids to truly be inclusive and at the same time have a safe learning environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lana Sinovoy, to be followed by Jennifer Taylor.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Hill. I just want to reiterate my husband's thoughts about this whole thing. What it comes down to is choice. And we're here trying to decide for our children what is the best choice for them. Whether it's, for some it's vaccination, for others it's testing and not vaccinating, it should be a choice. And I hear from my kids and their friends that they would love to have these choices. And unfortunately, because they're underage, they can't really have these choices. And I think it's important because they've been home for a really long time. And I see how this has affected their psyche. And I really hope that we can keep our kids in school and give them equality of education and just give them the ability to see their friends and interact with their teachers and have a great experience, because the last year has really disrupted that. And as a parent, it saddens me greatly to see what's happened to them. And now we have all these decisions to make, and I really do hope that you take into consideration that we keep choices alive. This is why this country is the best country in the world. This is why people are trying to cross borders, because they want to live free. They want to make choices for themselves and for their families. And if we start imprisoning people with mandates, I think that's the wrong way to go. So I ask you to please consider that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Taylor, to be followed by Danielle Vincent.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Taylor. I am first and most importantly a wife and a mother. I have a Bachelor of the Arts degree in Child Development and Family Studies, as well as a Bachelor of the Sciences degree in Communicative Disorders and Deaf Education. When it comes down to it, none of that really matters because I am human and deserve the same respect and decency as everyone else. But after watching the last meeting and hearing one of you respond, quote, "We are called the Board of Education for a reason," I felt the need to address my education as well. I may not be a doctor, but I still deserve to be able to make my own decisions regarding myself and my children's physical and mental health. I wholeheartedly believe that masks and vaccine mandates are detrimental to children and their development. Can anyone in this room please show me a peer-reviewed study that proves without a doubt that masks and the COVID vaccine, number one, prevent illness from COVID, and number two, also prevent vaccinated individuals from contracting and then also spreading COVID to others? You cannot, because they sadly do not exist at this time. I hope and pray they will exist one day, but as of today, they do not. This fact alone proves that your choice to mandate both masks and vaccines is wrong and amoral. Before you get worked up about this opinion of mine, let me just clarify a few things. I just suggested amoral, not unmoral. Unmoral refers to those having no moral perception. I do not think this applies to anyone in this room. I truly believe everyone here and every one of you is or thinks that they are doing what they see as best regarding masks and vaccines for themselves and their own moral compass. But how can any of you possibly think that you have the right to make that same decision for me or my children when there is so much science and so much evidence that proves both sides of this argument? We could go back and forth with studies on both sides for days and we would still end up disagreeing. Amoral implies to an awareness of moral standards, but lack of concern for them while acting. You have a lack of concern for my and many, many other parents and BUSD employees' moral standards regarding masks and vaccinations that you are very aware of, but have shown you have a lack of concern for by continuing to think about imposing these mandates. You and I have different and opposite moral standards when it comes to masks and vaccine mandates, but can we agree that neither of us is immoral? Neither of us wants to be evil, act evil, or do anything wrong to one another. And since there is no science that 100% proves either of our positions, I beg you to just think on it a little longer. Consider that we are so similar, just on two different sides of the situation, and wait until there is more proven research before you mandate a vaccine that we still know so little about, especially when it comes to our children. Let us make the choice. Dr. Fauci himself stated that with the Delta variant, the viral load is identical in a vaccinated and unvaccinated person. So why would it matter to any of you whether someone chooses to get vaccinated or not? We can all get and spread the virus regardless of our vaccination status. And please, please just stop it with the masks on our kids. The negative effects of them outweigh any of the possible benefits, and it should be a choice considering all of the conflicting data. Per an article in the New York Times, 0.2 per 100,000 children have the chance of dying from COVID annually. They have a higher chance of dying from cancer, car accidents, suicide, homicide, cardiovascular disease, drowning, and the flu than they do from COVID. How can you seriously mandate masks and vaccines right now given these numbers? The negative effects of masks on children greatly outweigh the possible benefits, especially given the fact that children and most adults, quite honestly, are incapable of correctly wearing their mask. As I'm sure all you know, there are many adverse effects of forcing masks on children. Breathing difficulties, psychological harm, social emotional distress, and delays are just a few. Covering their faces mutes their nonverbal communication, and seeing people speak is a building block of phonetic and language development. Facial expressions are fundamental to human connection, particularly for young children who are only just learning to signal their emotions and pick up on others' emotions. How are they learning any of this with their masks on? The simple answer is that they are not. And please, please stop claiming that you might do it for the greater good, as if everyone who feels differently than you is less than, or that we who have a different opinion don't care about others or science or society as a whole. There is just not enough evidence yet that proves masking or getting the vaccine protects others, therefore it should still be up to the individual. Let us make the choice and decide what is best for us and our children. Thank you for listening, and God bless each of you.
Our next speaker is Danielle Vincent, to be followed by Catherine Salover.
Hello, my name's Danielle Vincent. I'm the parent of a child at Burroughs High School. And I am not just here for my children, I'm here for all children. And I have to say, I have all this stuff that I've written, and took me days to do it, but all the other presenters that have already came up here have said the most amazing things, and I agree with them completely. That being said, I don't agree with the mandates as well. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer. All of my children have had all the vaccines that are required. This, however, is not a vaccine. It's still emergency use. And I don't think that there has just been enough time to require this shot for our children. And I don't understand, a couple things about natural immunity. It's like, how many of these people already have the natural immunity? Why would you get a vaccine when you have natural immunity? It just absolutely doesn't make any sense. Would you go out and get, the flu shot when you already had the flu? No, you wouldn't do that. Taking it, yeah. And our governor just says, don't go to the school boards, come to him. Don't go to the school boards. And it's like, well, why would we not come here and speak to you? You guys are the ones that are taking care of our children. And it's your job to educate them, not be in charge of their medical care. That's my opinion on that. We have a lot of Hippocratic politicians that want to order our children to do something that could be very harmful to their health. Over the last 2 weeks, we have seen several resignations among world leaders, senators, CEOs, heads of companies, sports commissioners, financial institutions, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. Why are all these leaders resigning? It's unbelievable, and I just feel like the CDC has not been honest about a lot of things. Things flip-flop back and forth. There's no trust anymore. How are we supposed to trust these people, especially with our children? One of the CDC directors said, our vaccines work very well. And then in the same breath, she said, but they can't prevent transmission. So it's a lot of the back and forth. And one thing that you said here at least 5 times during your oath, you mentioned the Constitution. This is about the Constitution and our rights. It's also about the Nuremberg Code, which clearly says a voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. And the mandating this fails this test on multiple fronts. In 2009, the CDC delayed the H1N1 vaccine because the number of fatalities in children was 86. 86 children, and they delayed it, and they did more research before they released it again. There have been over 4,000 deaths from the vaccine. So I just would like you guys to leave our children alone and let us make the choice for them, because we're their parents. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Catherine Salover. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
And following is Ani Rostamian.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Katie Sulliver, and I'm here as a concerned community member, and I feel the need to speak up for my family. This isn't something I would normally do, coming to speak on a school night and not be with my family, but this matters. Allie Beth Stuckey said this on her show, and it really resonated with me. Politics matter because policies matter, because people matter. That's why I'm here, because people matter, kids matter. As educators, with all of the information we have now about COVID-19, how can you continue to be on the side of masking young children? It doesn't make sense for a young child to mask. Children learning sounds, learning to pronounce new words, learning to read facial expressions. How can mask mandates be a positive in their lives? Question: what is considered an outbreak at a school site? Are you simply worried about people catching COVID? We need to worry less. People recover and gain antibodies. My daughter wore a mask at a private 3-day-a-week preschool last year and still got sick. Fifth disease, colds, the usual stuff. We still had it last year. We need to realize that COVID is here to stay. Do what we can individually and move on. Burbank is a unique city, an incorporated city. Those of us who live here do not want to live in the city of LA. We don't want our kids to go to LAUSD schools. That's why we live here. Let's be different. Let's lead the way and allow for mask choice, for vaccine choice. Unvaccinated doesn't mean infected. Vaccinated doesn't mean uninfected. Vaccinated individuals can still get COVID. Vaccinated individuals can still get COVID. Vaccinated with COVID individuals might feel ill, have to recover at home, but would likely not be hospitalized. Great. The same holds true for unvaccinated in most cases. They won't be hospitalized. You have almost a 100% chance of fighting off COVID and surviving. You don't have the authority to mandate this vaccine right now. California Health and Safety Code Section 120335A 1 through 10 lists 10 immunizations required. This does not include COVID-19, and you can't just add it to the list. Putting it out there on the agenda for tonight is not right. It's leading parents to believe that they will soon just be forced to give this to their children in order to go to school, and that's wrong. If anything happens to our children because of these discussions and rulings here at these meetings, then those lifelong medical issues or worse are on you. The overreach here extends into other areas as well. The bullet point on the agenda about how high school children wondering how they can get vaccinated without their parents is a true testament to what's happening here in general. You, the Board of Education, you're here to educate children on school subjects. These are God's children, and we have been chosen to parent them, not you. My husband attended BUSD schools through 12th grade. We wanted our children to grow up in the same neighborhood that he did, to go to the same schools that he did. We worked so hard to do this for our girls, but we can no longer go to Burbank Unified Schools. The decisions you make are impacting all of the children in this city. BUSD schools, BUSD activities, non-BUSD activities, businesses, private daycares, and even private schools are looking to all of you. Mask choice, vaccine choice for our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ani Rostamian, to be followed by Meadow Jarl-Tansen. I apologize if I got either of those names wrong.
Good evening. My name is Ani Rostamian, and I'm currently a junior at Burbank High School here in Burbank Unified. And first and foremost, I just wanted to thank all of you guys for all that you do day in and day out to support and help Burbank Unified and all the schools here. So in the event that the mandate passes, I'm here to request that some sort of accommodation, like independent study, be made for those who are uncomfortable with or unable to get the vaccine at this time. And because I personally know so many students at my school that are in this position but would still like to continue and complete their education at Burbank High School. So if some sort of accommodation could be made for them, then that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meadow Jarl-Tansen. Okay. To be followed by Elizabeth, same name, right? That was it. Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Dear board members, why do you think mandating vaccines for kids is safe? Because from many facts and cases, it is not. The vaccine holds many ingredients that are harsh and unsafe for kids. One of the ingredients to these vaccines is messenger ribonucleic acid, which is its shortened name is mRNA. Only Moderna and Pfizer contain this harmful ingredient. RNA is already a part of our body, which does not change it and cause negative effects. But the COVID vaccine uses a synthetic mRNA. The mRNA vaccine leads to bigger risk of heart inflammation. In the article, Heart Inflammation Rates Higher After Moderna COVID-19 Vaccine Canada data, www.reuters.com. It says the data indicated heart inflammation occurs more often in adolescents and adults under 30 years of age. As a 14-year-old, knowing this information, do I want to risk my life for a vaccine that does not protect you from any sickness in any way? There's still many reports showcasing that vaccine holders get COVID and even some have perished from it. As well as this, I have real-time stories that affected my friends. One of my friends, a 14-year-old male, fainted seconds after the first dose and began to have a headache for the next 5 hours. Imagine how worried his parents were, guaranteed safety for their beloved child which fainted in seconds. Then, I have another friend, male, 15 years old. After his second dose, he experienced the worst sickness. He said he was nauseous, fever, and constantly coughing. This lasted a day. The people opposing me may say that we've had vaccines our whole life. Yes, we have. But now they are introducing a completely new experimental ingredient to vaccines. mRNA has been experimented on for years. Why is it now that they are bringing it out of the closet, even though it is still in trial? Another thing people will bring up is that Pfizer is FDA approved. If you brought upon someone FDA approved. If you spent time reading the approvement by them, they are not liable for any deaths or sickness brought upon someone. To you, does that yell safe that our own government can't guarantee liability of the vaccine? If you deeply research, you will find out about the fox and turtle vaccines. It's extremely hard to find this information, even though our lives are affected by it. Right now, the government is giving us the fox vaccine. What does that mean? The turtle and fox vaccines are two variants of the Pfizer vaccine. The government is completely liable for the turtle vaccine and provides it will be made in 10 years. As of right now, they are giving us the fox vaccine, which is completely unknown to the world about the safety. I'm using turtle and fox as just a name to explain it in less complex terms. You, as a citizen or even a council city member, can read more at www.mail.co.uk/health. Not only are these my fears of the vaccine, I'm really fearful as I have many allergies. At a young age, we found out I was highly allergic to peanuts. I almost died and had to stay at the hospital. My allergies are also quite bizarre. I'm allergic to water, or technically the chemicals in water. Not only that, I'm allergic to bees and cockroaches. The list goes on for me. I'm worried if I was forced to take the vaccine ever, if these adversities would affect me negatively. But also I have very bad eyesight as well as scoliosis. I'm 5'8" and 120 pounds with a huge amount of allergies. I mean, many things could go wrong. The link below shares my fears with you. Furthermore, I must bring up the dangers of a female taking this vaccine. Being a part of the female community, no one is telling us about the birth defects. While the CDC claims that it doesn't affect females, if we look back in the past years and see the rates of birth declines, we say that during July to December of 2021, that the rates went up to 6%, while during January to June, its growth was only 2%. Throughout the U.S., we see a 5% or more decline, and this information is only in 2019 to 2020. The vaccine was introduced on June 4th and was passed out during January, initially when the birth defects began. The CDC holds this information in the link, which is named Decline in Births by the Month, United States. Additionally, the top doctor for CNN literally says it's easier for a person to get sick and carry a bigger viral load as she is a vaccinated person. The main authority, the CDC, for this whole thing is pledging its safety, but saying a person with a vaccine carries more viruses in them, which makes them much more dangerous than someone who does not contain the COVID vaccine in them. Not only is this a major warning, thousands of doctors are protesting against their job, so they are not forced to get a vaccine. Plus, our founding fathers entrusted our future with freedom. If the government mandates students to have this vaccine, we as citizens no longer have a say to what goes into our bodies. It should be a common right for our guardians and yourself to choose whether a vaccine is safe and liable for your bodies. This article was written by me, currently attending Burbank High School as a freshman. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Cartenson, to be followed by Joy Rostamian.
Hello. I came here today with a whole speech. I protested outside of Burbank to try to get parents to come here. while I was standing outside, I spoke with somebody outside, and instead of the speech that I had, everything changed. In my mind, I thought, my husband works for the city. What do we do? Do we move? Do we up and leave? Because I love my daughter so much. I grew up in a foster home, and I literally was saved by school. I was in and out of foster homes, and school to me was my savior. I worked very, very hard, as my husband did, to give my daughter, Meadow Carnson, an education in a beautiful city. I love this city. My husband grew up here. He's been here for 44 years. We love this city. This city is amazing. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. However, sitting in the seat there, I didn't think about anything else. The only thing I could think about was how hard it was that we went through such a traumatic time during pandemic because my daughter was a straight A student and she spiraled into depression. Her grades went into Fs and she had no friends. I was so excited the day she went back to school. We literally celebrated. It was beyond anything I'd ever felt. It was such joy. I didn't care about the mask. I didn't care about anything else. I knew that Meadow was going to be safe. I knew that Meadow could do anything she wanted to because she's such a bright student. I knew that everything I had went through in my life, foster homes, abuse, everything would just be wiped away because I knew she had a chance I didn't have. Today, I stand here and I say, I talked to my husband today. I said, what if this does happen? And he said, we will pick up and leave. And that to me is so devastating because I can't even see my life anywhere else. I just can't. I mean, to go where? To Florida, to go to Texas, whatever, because maybe the mandates aren't as structured. But at this point, I just found out that each student gets $11,000. This Board of Education gets $11,000 for each student that gets vaccinated. I changed my thought process. I changed my thought process at that very moment. I don't know where this comes from. I don't even want to even think about it. But I will say one thing for sure. I went on a link today in the Board of Education. In this link, it says there are no exemptions in other mandate and other vaccines that have come out. So us being Christian won't count. It doesn't matter. My daughter being highly allergic to water, literally water, won't count. It says it right there in a link. So today, everything has changed for me today, actually. Everything. My whole point of view is now homeschool and we will leave. We will move from Burbank. And it's so sad to think that there's so many families that are going to be thinking the same way. It's just sad. It's sad to think that we're in a city where I can't make the decision for my daughter. And it's scary. I don't want to sit there and think, is she going to wake up tonight? Is she going to, when she takes this vaccine, is she going to wake up tonight? I've read too many stories, horror stories. I'm sure we all have. I mean, at this point, like I said, it's literally homeschool if this goes through. It's homeschool. And moving, because the reality of it is that I thought this city was exactly what our family needed. We have a beautiful family. And this city is everything to our family. We love our city. We fight for our city. But this one, we'd move. We'd up and move. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joy Rostamian, followed by Timothy Andrew.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. First, I want to thank all of you for being here, the student board members, the President Frittner, and I was trying to write down everybody's name, but I just, it's a lot. So just thank you, everybody. I'm a proud parent of 2 students in BUSD, one at Burbank High and one at John Muir, and I'm so thankful for the opportunities that Burbank Unified has provided for my family. I'm here to talk about the same issue. I understand that the vaccine is mandated by the governor, and I would like to request that if students could please have an accommodation if for personal, religious, or medical reasons they do not take the vaccine, if you could please provide an opportunity for them to continue with the Burbank schools, whether it be an independent study or ILA, because I know a lot of parents that don't want to pull their children out of the Burbank schools because it's such a great community. So please consider that. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Timothy Andrew, to be followed by April Fangio.
My name is Timothy Andrew. To the esteemed members of this school board, thank you for giving me the First Amendment. Mr. Superintendent, my son learned to walk not because I was there to hold his hand.
You have to keep the mask over. Thank you.
My son learned to walk not because I was there to hold his hand, but because of you. The parents are not the primary caregivers to our children. It's you, elected officials, the school boards. Also, the virus definitely was not manufactured in a lab, because the people who funded the research and the CCP said so. Communism saves lives. Vaccine safety directors at the FDA announcing their resignation after the decision about booster shot safety and approval being overridden by the CDC is not suspicious at all. Parents have concerns about censorship. Big deal. Google would never control information for profit. It's simple. Us dumb parents need brave leaders who all think the same. For example, Dr. Fauci is the most trusted health professional in history, and we should never question his authority. Also, Dr. Fauci has never been wrong about anything, ever. To question him is to question science. Everybody is dying of COVID, albeit on average beyond the average expected age of mortality. So what? We must mandate this vaccine for children in order that they participate in school. That's not coercion. Nobody cares about the Nuremberg trials. Those people are all dead. Nobody cares that the long-term effects haven't been studied just because there are hundreds of thousands of adverse events, including tens of thousands of deaths reported after the COVID vaccine. Doesn't matter because fact checkers on Facebook and Twitter say it's safe and effective. Informed consent is just an idea. And if a child dies because of your decision, I'm absolutely sure Pfizer is going to defend you in court. Even though children create natural immunity that is longer lasting and more comprehensive than the vaccines, we don't care. CNN, the government, and this school board knows what's best for our children, not the parents. So-called experts like Dr. Robert Malone, a key architect in the development of the Ebola vaccine and primary developer of the MNR technology, are just terrorists that should be arrested by the FBI, and then arrested by Homeland Security, and then arrested again by the FBI. If we could only concentrate all these anti-vaxxers into camps or something. Authorities need to brutally step up their game, just like in Australia, where anyone who has questions gets pepper sprayed with a knee on their neck until they change their mind. That's a healthy society. Furthermore, the government should monitor all private communications to prevent misinformation. The government can be trusted 100%. They would never lie to us. We beg you to force our children to be a part of the largest clinical trial ever conducted on the human population because Bill Gates said so. He doesn't care about
Sir, I have
money.
to remind you again to keep your mask over your nose and mouth. Thank
Yes.
you.
Bill Gates doesn't care about money. All Bill wants to do is help the children. His relationship with the billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, a known pedophile, was totally innocent. Besides, he's dead now. We should serve the interests of Big Pharma, always. The whole opioid crisis is just a misunderstanding. Yes, drug companies settled a $26 billion lawsuit because they wanted to prove they are good people who would never harm anyone for profit. Finally, peer-reviewed data shows that young boys are susceptible to cardiac events after receiving COVID vaccination. Therefore, I strongly urge that the school board also make gender transitions mandatory as well. Imagine how many boys' lives we could save if there were no boys. Experimental vaccines, gender reassignment surgery, and police brutality is the only way out of this pandemic. And 2 + 2 = 5. Thank you.
Our next speaker is April Fangio, to be followed by Finn Kroll.
Good evening. I need a second. I'm not what I have to say is actually not funny, so that's why I needed a second. I do not have the talent of comedy. But actually what I would like to talk to you about tonight is actually discrimination. And in a huge concern I have, I'm a mother of a kindergartner and littler kids, and my kids do not currently go to Burbank Unified School District because of our religious beliefs. And when we moved here, we actually are considered by Burbank Burbank Housing Corporation to be very low income. And so private school is extremely expensive for my family, and yet we are squeezing as much as we can to make that happen. So what I would like to talk about is actually discrimination against Christians in the Burbank Unified School District. Ms. Weisberg, I've noticed all evening how disrespectful you've been towards everyone with your facial expressions.
Yeah. Okay, well,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry, this is public comment time. Dr. Weisberg will reply back later. If you have something to say, ma'am, please keep going.
I would just ask if I could have some basic respect that you've given the people that you agree with. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, because I actually think you would, this is about discrimination, I really think you would agree with me. So Title IV, as far as my understanding, is that requires that schools make appropriate accommodations that are fair and equal for religious exemptions. I hear that we're not having that you can't have religious exemptions, however, you must, because it's in Title IV of the Civil Rights Code. So it is a right. So I want to give you guys a little peek into Christian culture, because there seems to be a little bit of confusion that people are like, well, are they really convicted? Are they this? So I would actually like to just offer a little bit as to why Christians, or Jews in this matter, reject this vaccine. So, so the first one is actually going to come from, well, we know that it is it has human fetal tissue in it, aborted fetal tissue. So that goes to Proverbs 6, where it says, if you're a Bible-believing Christian, you believe what this says. If you don't believe it, you're not. So if this is based on if you have real conviction or not, this is it. And it says, there are 6 things that the Lord hates, 7 things that are abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. What is abortion other than that? A heart that devises wicked plans, feet that make haste to run to evil, a false witness who breathes out lies, and one who sows discord among brothers. So that right there is one reason why Christians are vehemently against this. Another, it does not have to be and, it can be also, it can be just separately,
is that Christians, Bible-believing Christians, truly believe that they are protected by this virus. I believe this 100%. And therefore, there's no need for a vaccine. I'm going to take you to Psalm 91. That says, the Lord is my fortress. Can I move that down? Thank you. Maybe. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will abide in the shadow of the Almighty. And I will say, the Lord, my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. For he will deliver you from the snare of the fowler, from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you in his pinions, and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrow that flies by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in darkness, nor the destruction that wastes at noonday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right, but it shall not come near you. You will only look with your eyes and see the recompense of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your dwelling place the Most High, who is my refuge, no evil shall be allowed to befall you, and no plague come near you. For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways, and on their hands he'll bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. You will tread upon the lion and the adder, the young lion and the serpent you will trample underfoot. Because he holds fast to me in love, I will deliver him. I'll protect him because he knows my name. When he calls to me, I will answer him. I'll be with him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. I only have 15 seconds left. May I have slightly more time considering?
You'll need to wrap it up, ma'am. You took time away from your own time, so that's not really our fault. But please, you can take about a minute more.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So, so that explains that 3 times that scripture mentions deadly pestilence or a plague, that it will not even come near you. That is why there's no even need for a vaccine to some Christians, well, to Bible-believing Christians. Thirdly, I won't read any more scripture just for sake of time, but there's scripture about do not mix metals with clay. Well, we are our body, as we consider, are from Adam, the clay of the earth, is an analogy. And so the heavy metals that we mentioned that are in vaccines can be used. Some Christians claim that to be like, I can't mix metal with clay. That is my body. Also, of course, our bodies are a temple of the Holy Spirit. So here's the good news about all this. The good news is that yes.
You'll have to wrap up your comments, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone can claim that. My question is, are you guys willing not to discriminate people from school for that? Can they still get to come to school? Can they still get to...
I'm sorry. You'll have to finish now. You're finished. Your time is over.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Finn Kroll, to be followed by Chrissy Stone.
Hi, my name is Finn Kroll, and my pronouns are he, him. Pardon me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, but here I am anyway. The last time I spoke at one of these meetings, I talked about the importance of pronouns, and I asked the school board to start using their pronouns, introducing themselves, and so on. I'm speaking again tonight, about pronouns, and how their role in activism. I would like to start off by saying that if your activism doesn't include trans people, queer people, and especially trans and queer people of color, it is not activism. If you pride yourself on being an activist, a person who fights for equality for all, whoever that all may look like, whatever form your activism comes in, you cannot exclude trans and queer people. And that support of queer people boils down to many things, including pronouns, and asking others theirs, and by introducing yourself with your pronouns, you include queer people, and in many cases, make a safe space and more inclusive space for all. And to those who take opposition to what I say tonight, I say this. I am a trans person, and I am explicitly telling you that you need to start introducing yourself with pronouns. You need to start asking others for their pronouns in social settings, especially when you do not know those people. Because when you do so, you extend them respect. You show these people, regardless of what they may look like or who they are, that you see them, you respect them, and you will fight for them in your activism. And that respect, that visibility, changes and saves lives. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Chrissy Stone, to be followed by Elsa Garaganza. And at the moment, Elsa Garaganza is our last card, so if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, you can still turn a card into Ms. Clark. We will take cards until everyone has had a chance. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. My name's Chrissy Stone. I'm a fourth generation Burbank resident. My grandparents even went to Burroughs when it was a junior high school. I'm proud of this city. I also have 2 children, and I come from an immunocompromised family. We have some pretty serious issues. One of the questions that I have is among the research for the COVID vaccine. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I've actually followed the protocols. I even have a son that had a vaccine injury, and I still follow the protocols. But I believe in the study. And I believe in going a little slow, and I believe in doing the research. And from what I've been reading, they started doing blind studies on children ages 12 and up back in March of 2020. And then they started doing blind studies on children from ages 6 months and up, only starting this year in July of 21. My concern is that there just hasn't been enough time to establish what's going to happen over the next period of time. I'm going to jump to the flu virus just for a second, just because it's the only thing to really compare to. So many of us have gotten the vaccine for the flu, to have to be repeated every year because of the variants, and COVID seems to follow that with a variant. Not knowing how many times a year we're going to have a vaccine, how many times our children are going to have to do this, and the side effects to those is scary to me, because there just isn't the data. So to have you guys try to make an informed decision without the data, and to have to trust all of the input that we've received, whether it's media, government, just people in general, it's time that we kind of take a step back and get some really firm data before we start making decisions that could affect our children for the rest of their lives. One of the things that I'm really passionate about too is I'm tired of punishing my kids for being ill. Having them be at home on the independent learning, they went from A's to F's, and depression was huge. Having them back in school now, my freshman in high school has blossomed. He's playing football, he's happy, he's getting straight A's. And to have him be told, you're going to have to risk your life and have a vaccine that your doctor does not approve you to have, but you're going to have to do this if you want to have your high school career, if you want to have football, if you want to go to college, if you want to do this, you're going to have to participate in this. And one of the things I'm going to beg you is, if you do pass this vaccine mandate, which I'm completely against right now, I'm going to ask you that you do not dishonor people with a medical exemption or a spiritual exemption, but especially a medical exemption. They should be protected while they're at school if they're masking, if they're testing, if they're being surrounded by people who are doing everything they can to provide that this virus, which the numbers are declining, continue to do. They should be safe. They should not be punished to be at home. That should not be something that is taken away from them because they choose to protect their health. One of the things that I'm noticing is I'm so proud of our teachers, the staff at the schools, the students, they're amazing to me. The steps that they're taking to stay in school, how much they're fighting to stay in school, I think we really need to honor that more and make it a priority that they have a bigger voice. My kids are only 14 and 17, and they're not ready to be adult voices yet, but I want them to have a choice in this. They don't want to risk their lives with the vaccine. They don't want to do this because they even tell me, they go, Mom, we just don't know yet. We just don't know yet. We don't want to have this every 3 months. What happens with the flu is you get the flu vaccine, it might work on the variant, it might not, but still over 3 million cases a year of flu still happen with the vaccines. There's hundreds of thousands of people that die from the flu every year, regardless of the vaccines. And I have a feeling that unfortunately that is going to be the same with COVID. So my question to you is this: when will it end? So if we have a mandate that you guys put into place for the COVID, at what point do you stop and say, okay, we're never going to be able to wipe this out. Kids do need to go to school. Whether or not they're vaccinated or not, they're going to die. Whether or not they're vaccinated or not, they might catch the flu, they might catch the COVID, they might survive it. There's so many variables out there. I would really like to know what the timeline is for this. How long would this mandate be required for? Because if this is going to be an ongoing variant, every year we're going to have a season of COVID. Does that mean that kids can only go to school when there's no season? And then how do you justify keeping them out when you can let them go to school and catch the flu, but yet you're going to keep them home because of COVID? I just don't think it's fair, and I'd like for you guys to evaluate your time frame on this, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elsa Garaganza. I hope I got it right.
You got it
Thank
right.
you.
Garagarza. Thank you.
And I have got more cards, so the following speaker will be Michelle Otters.
Thank you very much, dear members of the board. I have a very quick message. The district does not have legal authority to mandate COVID-19 shots. The California Health and Safety Code, Section 120335A, from 1 to 10, lists the 10 immunizations required for students to attend school in person. Under subsection 120335A11, it stated that the only authority that may add new shots to the list of childhood immunization required is the California Department of Public Health. There is no California law that grants individual schools or school districts the authority to unilaterally require additional vaccinations to the immunization schedule for students to receive in-person education. It's guaranteed under Section 5, Article 9 of the California Constitution. BUSD, or any USD, and any school mandating outside of the current schedule, experimental or FDA-approved vaccines will be exposed to lawsuits and liability arising from any harms resulting. Federal laws explicitly prohibit a child from being enrolled in the clinical trial of an investigational or experimental product without the parent's express consent. That is my message. Thank you very much. Good night.
Our next speaker is Michelle Otters, to be followed by Lauren Weigel.
Good evening. My name is Michelle, and I'm an employee at the district. I know the board isn't too fond of opinions, so I brought some very important facts that I believe every employee and parent needs to hear when it comes to these experimental shots. There have been more adverse reactions and deaths attributed to this shot than from all vaccines over the last decade combined. There are increasingly more cases of myocarditis, pericarditis, blood clotting, and more adverse reactions attributed to this shot, especially in younger people. Individuals who are vaccinated can still contract COVID, have the same amount of viral load, and can transmit just the same as any individual who is unvaccinated. There is still no available vaccine for COVID that has been fully approved by the FDA. Page 12 of the FDA letter to Pfizer, dated August 23rd, specifically says that it has not been licensed or approved, but that it is authorized for emergency use only. So this board and district are lying to all of us when they say that the Pfizer vaccine has received FDA approval. All of this information can be found directly from the CDC or FDA's website, as well as in a video recording of the FDA's Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee meeting, where 16 out of the 18 members on the FDA vaccine expert panel voted against a booster shot for the general public. If we all let the board get away with this now, these requirements will never stop coming. I'm not sure if most people are aware or most employees are aware, but the board resolution that was passed at the last meeting requiring all employees to take this experimental shot was amended. So now the superintendent is authorized to establish vaccination deadlines for any and all COVID booster shots as well. So if you made the choice for yourself the first time to get vaccinated, that choice will now be taken away from you when it comes to any additional shots that the district deems necessary to continue your employment. This is now the second time that I have addressed the board about this, as it seems that no one up here took anything that was said by anybody the last time seriously. We will never keep our opinions to ourselves, and we most certainly will never stop presenting the facts that this board seems to deliberately ignore. As I said last time, parents and employees, do not let the members of this board and district take away your right to choose what is best for you and your children. We all need to come together now
and take a stand against these unlawful policies. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lauren Weigel, to be followed by Linda Bitto. And at this time, Linda Bitto's card is now the last card I have. So again, if there are any others who wish to speak, please bring a blue card up to Ms. Clark. Please go ahead, Ms. Weigel.
Hello, good night, or good evening. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here, exercise our rights, knowing this is a tough time for everybody. I only have a few questions, and I only have a couple of comments. I intended to look through all of the documents that we have on file available to us, and I failed to find, because I didn't take much time to look. So I'm asking if you can provide me with where I would find the budget from the COVID money that we've received as a district, what the total amount is, how much has been spent up to this point, and where the remainder is intended to be used. My second question is Resolution 7 was amended to include boosters. So I would like to know where I may submit my request to amend Resolution 7 to include alternative treatments and testing. And I'm willing, even for myself, I'm not speaking for anybody else, I'm willing for that to be at my expense in order to be accommodated, for that to be an accommodation for me to continue working on campus if I choose not to vaccinate. It seems a reasonable accommodation to me. And I would comment that our own St. Joseph Hospital has not mandated it for their employees. They still have the opportunity to test. Finally, have or are you considering the various other countries, cities, places that are not requiring the vaccine for students? Just recently, I don't know the validity of these stories, but I'm seeing that England and Finland and Sweden are backing off. So I would like you to consider looking at those, the reasons why. Again, I'm not all for following after other people for what they're doing, but I'd like to know why, and if there's any value in knowing what that is for ourselves, for us as a district. And finally, I appreciate the comments of many this evening and their passion and their desire to see us as parents having the right to choose for our children, and us as adults having the right to choose for ourselves and not be mandated by our governor, our president, or our school board. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Bitto. I have received a couple more cards, so following Linda Bitto will be Zoe Kohanim.
Good evening, everyone. I first want to also say Mara was a friend of mine, Mara Prado. You mentioned her earlier. She passed away. She was a friend of mine at Burbank High School. We have worked for a long, long time together. I loved her dearly. She was a beautiful lady, and I'm so sorry. All my coworkers, too, same thing. I'm really disappointed at the board that Burbank Unified School District has a bullying policy, and I've seen this board bullying the city of Burbank, trying to get them to turn around their mandate to force them, to force all their employees. You went so far as to say you didn't want fire department, police department on our campus. Where's our SROs? They're not there anymore. There's all kinds of things that happen at Burbank High School and Burroughs that you should all be aware of. All kinds of things happening, from homeless people coming on our campus, homeless people using our pool to bathe, students that don't belong to our district coming in, randomly walking in, sitting in on classrooms, very serious suspensions that happen, and our administrators have been told not to call, or they have to really think about it beforehand, and thank goodness our administrators made the decision on several different occasions to call. It's just really disturbing to me. I don't believe you have our students' safety as the number one priority. I think you have an agenda. You want to push your own agenda. I want those police department, I want the fire departments on there at all times. I want our SROs back. Dr. Agajanian, to tell us to keep our opinions to ourselves, that's disgusting. Issues here are relevant, everything that we have, fact-filled, everything here is important to all of us people back here, and to say that, it's unbelievable. Dr. Weisberger, several of the families back here on several different occasions made references to the Jews, to the yellow patches that they had to wear. And you had very arrogant comments back to them after the fact, stating that you had family members that were subject to Nazi tyranny. You absolutely missed their point that there's a slippery slope as that's what's happening. What happened in Nazi Germany before any kind of patches was Jews, gypsies, people with political, oppositional. They lost their jobs. They could no longer work for the government. It went so far as, that's the slippery slope that I see us going on now. They were forced into experiments. They were forced into death camps. And you're teaching that, I hope you're teaching that too. The slippery slope that I'm seeing us going on is very, very upsetting. Since August 26th to today, I have over 112 hours of overtime that I put in for our students. The PTA honored me because of my service to Burbank High School. This is my last evaluation. Absolutely perfect, spot on, nothing lower than the best mark. And now because I don't want to take that vaccine, I'm deemed incorrigible and dangerous to my students and staff. That's disgusting. What you're doing here is forcing us to make a huge choice, either to leave our jobs or to succumb to what you're pushing on us. That's just horrible. Not only that, it's against the law. It's discriminatory. Yep. Yeah, it says this right in here. It's unlawful for an employer
Please let
to
the speaker
discriminate
speak so we can hear.
against, with respect to compensation, terms, privileges, employees. You say that, yes, okay, I honor your sincerely held religious belief, but your option is you're going to be laid off without pay. What kind of option is that?
The next speaker is Zoe Kohamim, I'm sorry if I got that wrong, followed by Mrs. Bell.
Hi, everyone. I did not expect to be speaking tonight. I thought I'll just listen and hear what's going on, and I'm really impressed with all of the people that are so comfortable speaking up. I know it's become a little scary to be, speaking up about something like this, going more right is what it seems like. So I'm just going to say what I wrote. The majority of people who support the vaccine mandate tend to be those who are engulfed by emotions and lack facts. So here I am to speak your language. I know more people affected by the vaccine than COVID-19. Myocarditis and pericarditis are known side effects of the vaccine, but are apparently rare. My father figure, since my biological father abandoned me and is now dead. A healthy 34-year-old gets a heart attack from a blood clot at the gym. After the vaccine, how convenient. Died alone, probably scared, and in the trust of what the government considers a safe vaccine. My boyfriend's mother now has heart problems all of a sudden after the vaccine. And so many more people. People I know and love. It's sad. This challenges the rights that we are all given from the Constitution. Did you know that Russia isn't forcing a COVID vaccine mandate? Russia, congratulations. We are now less of a democracy than communist Russia. Let us have the right of choice. unless you want the blood on your hands.
The next speaker is Mrs. Bell, followed by Lindsay Hewleys.
Hi, good evening. I would like to address the email that I sent to all of you regarding the recent vaccine mobile clinic at John Muir Middle School. Okay, I'm hoping you all read it. You responded, thank you. I'm going to read it so everybody understands what's going on, okay? Hello, Burbank Unified Student Services, admin, and school board members. I am writing regarding my experience at the COVID-19 vaccine mobile clinic held last Thursday, 9:30, at John Muir Middle School. I was curious about the mobile vaccine clinic being hosted in the John Muir Bethany parking lot. After the Fulgent Genetics staff set up, I asked a gentleman who appeared to be the head nurse in charge if he had any paperwork he can give me regarding the vaccine. Basically, the vaccine information fact sheet that is required to be given to anyone receiving the vaccine. He looked confused and said that he didn't understand what I was asking for. I repeated slowly and clearly, I would like a copy of the vaccine information fact sheet that is required to be given to all individuals receiving the vaccine. I went into further detail, saying that the fact sheet acts as informed consent, letting me know what I'm getting, what the adverse effects of the COVID-19 vaccine are, and who to contact and report adverse effects to, and more importantly, the update with the special notice regarding the myocarditis, heart muscle inflammation, and pericarditis, inflammation of the lining of the outside of the heart that can affect children. The nurse, who I did not catch his name, he had no identifying information on him, said he had no such paperwork and proceeded to contact his supervisor. I do not know what the nature of their conversation was. Okay, we'll circle back on that. I asked the nurse if he had the vaccine insert that comes with the vials. Again, he looked confused and did not understand what I was asking for. Yes, okay. After not receiving satisfactory answers, I asked if the vaccine that they were administering was the FDA-approved vaccine. He said yes. I asked to see the vial, and in fact, it was not the FDA-approved Comirnaty, but the EUA emergency use authorized Pfizer-BioNTech. This nurse and the individuals administering this drug were untruthful to the parents and children receiving the drug, and every single person who received the shot that day received the injection without informed consent. Okay, now I understand you responded back and you said that the people who signed up online signed something. I didn't sign up online, so I don't know. However, we'll get back to that. Okay, so I called LA County Public Health as they co-sponsored this event, as shown on your flyer, and nobody knew what to do or how to handle it. They said to contact the school district. I contacted BUSD Student Services and spoke with an individual there, and she agreed that information in the form of informed consent should have been given to the people receiving this drug. So, as we go down, I noted some information from CDC, and one line from CDC that stuck out to me, they say, when administering the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine under either the EUA or under BLA approval, providers must give each vaccine recipient, adult caregiver accompanying the recipient, or other legal representative a copy of the combined Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine information fact sheet. Okay? You need to have printouts of that information fact sheet there. These people going in thinking they have to get this shot, or maybe they want it. That's their choice. But you have a responsibility to inform them, informed consent of what they are getting. And nothing was there. So I asked the question, who was there from BUSD to oversee this? There were no staff members there. You left this up to this genetics company to administer this vaccine to our community, okay? Who was there? Who was there to represent the students and the staff, okay? So let's go back to this. You responded, Mr. Hill, and you said the clinic was for BUSD employees and students. All the consent forms were online. We all know all that. So then you said, I was also informed that Fulgent informed me to visit their website. Why didn't you ask me? did Fulgent inform you to go to their website or anything? So who are you working for? Them or the community? Ask me. Were you given anything? Did they tell you where to go to get that information? I need to know this. Maybe they're not doing their part. They're a vendor under Burbank Unified School District. Our name, your name. I mean, like, that's embarrassing. So, are you going to reach out to every single individual who got that shot and give them
Ma'am,
that
you'll have to
informed
wrap up your
consent?
comments.
Are you going to give it to them? Are you going to follow up? Are you going to make sure
You'll have to wrap up
somebody
your
is at,
comments,
I'm going to
ma'am.
wrap it up right now. Is somebody going to be at the clinic on 10/21 with informed consent for those people and children? Answer.
Ma'am, this isn't a give and take. You have to finish your comments so we can move on to
I'm
the
done.
next. Our next speaker is Lindsay Hewleys, followed by Peggy Griever. And at this time, this is again the last card I have.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Hewless, and I currently have 4 children attending Burbank Unified School District. I have 3 in high school and 1 in elementary school. We moved to Burbank 15 years ago for the school district. We had heard amazing things about BUSD and wanted to move out of LAUSD to a smaller district. We have been very happy over the years until recently. Why does it feel like BUSD is just an extension of LAUSD? As their own district, why can't BUSD develop their own health protocols? I am here today to talk about mask and vaccine mandates. As more and more scientific data comes out, we are realizing that masks don't work to stop the spread of COVID-19. There is no longer any question that the risk to children from COVID-19 is significantly lower than the flu or RSV. A child is 10 times more likely to die in a car accident than from COVID-19. At this incredibly low level of risk, there is simply no reason to continue mask mandates. Masks have many side effects, especially for children who are forced to wear them around 8 hours each day. Masks inhibit airflow into and out of the lungs. Masks cause significant reduction to a person's blood oxygen level. Masks raise carbon dioxide levels in the blood. Masks cause irritability, anxiousness, headaches, shortness of breath, and fatigue. My children are experiencing some of these issues. I have a child that has a really hard time paying attention in school. The mask really increases his inability to focus and causes him to feel anxious and have headaches. Another issue is teachers wasting precious class time talking about masks and enforcing mask wearing, especially at the high school level. Teachers only get a short period of time with the students each day as they are rotating to 6 to 7 periods per day. Time is wasted when teachers constantly take up class time to preach about mask wearing. One of my children's mask falls below his nose. The teacher will send him to the discipline office. One of my children was also told by a teacher when his mask was below his nose that he was literally killing people. It is wrong. This irrational fear that is being forced on our children is wrong. They are not diseased or killing people if they don't have a mask on. I advocate for mask choice. I have no problem with people wearing or not wearing a mask. It should not be forced onto people who believe it is wrong. Second are the upcoming vaccine mandates for students. As parents and free Americans, we should be able to choose what we inject into our bodies and our children's bodies. Why do we need to vaccinate children against a virus that is of such low risk to them? Each of us has our own circumstances, beliefs, and values, and we need to make the decision that is right for our family. One of my high schoolers was told that the vaccine mandate will first affect those high schoolers playing sports. As a senior who has loved her sport, played it in high school for the last 4 years, and invested so much time into this sport, it is absolutely wrong that she cannot continue her sport the last 6 months of her high school career. As new data emerges, it shows that even those who are vaccinated are catching and spreading COVID-19. It also seems that through this pandemic, some teachers have felt empowered to push their own personal political beliefs upon students. One of my high schoolers has a teacher who asked the class to raise their hand if they had been vaccinated. Then this teacher asked the class to raise their hand if they have not been vaccinated. The teacher went on to lecture the unvaccinated about how selfish they are and how they are killing people and killing their grandparents. This type of behavior divides students and it pits them against each other. What should be a personal medical decision between patient and doctor is becoming a peer pressure and public shaming in the classroom setting. I am here tonight to advocate for mask and vaccine choice. Mask and vaccine mandates are wrong, unnecessary, and un-American. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peggy Griever. I've received one more card, followed by April Chen.
Good evening. My name is Peggy Greaves. This is my bad writing, so you can it's okay. Since there's currently no FDA-approved vaccine available in the United States, why is there a vaccine mandate? The first time I spoke at one of these meetings, I addressed the board and it was clear that it wasn't welcome or beneficial. Tonight, I would like to address my coworkers, the parents, and the community. Please pay attention to the manner in which our pleas have been addressed. The complete disregard and disdain for a good portion of the employees is on full display. This is completely backwards. Since the district is implementing these unlawful mandates, they should be responsible for providing the information to back them up. Instead, we are providing information to them, and they are dismissing it and calling it disinformation. Are people comfortable with this type of a person representing the district and the community? I have plenty of resources and information I can pass along to anyone interested in hearing something people obviously don't want heard. This information and the studies that back them are coming from doctors and scientists who are willing to speak out despite the heavy censorship on YouTube and social media platforms. If someone calls something disinformation, maybe they are misinformed or uninformed, but don't rely on someone else to do what's right for yourself, your child, or any family member. I demand that you provide the statutory law, that gives you the authority to violate our rights. Until then, you are in violation of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, the Nuremberg Code, and our individual rights under the Constitution of the United States. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to the community. It's much appreciated, and thank God for free will.
Our next speaker is April Chen, and again, last card at the moment, so if you wish to speak, please get a card into Ms. Clark.
I'd like to say good evening to all the board members. Sorry. This COVID-19 vaccine shot contains the most harmful toxic elements known to man. Extreme chemicals, carcinogens, toxins, and geotoxins like graphene oxide, highly conductive and highly reactive to magnetic fields, EMFs, nanometal, and PEG. In the COVID vaccine, we have other biological and synthetic life forms, such as parasites and nanobites. This nasty parasite, Trypanosoma cruzi, alone is known to affect your cells, and it will continue to replicate throughout your body, destroying every cell in the process, causing death. It is not a vaccine, it is a nanotechnology and gene manipulation therapy. I stand today saying that if you care for your own lives and children, you would not go through with mandating this vaccine for schools. Our own governor has effectively deemed every parent in our state unfit. He has decided that none of you, us, can decide for ourselves whether or not our child should get a COVID-19 vaccine. He has made the decision from on high. You must give each of your children the vaccine, 2 doses for now, how many in the future, which has not even been approved. The children under 16 years old, so it has not been approved for children under 16 years old yet, or else they will be expelled from school. Worse yet, he implored other governors across the country to follow this dictatorial, authoritarian lead and mandate the children of their states as well. It is truly the height of authoritarianism to require children to receive a COVID-19 vaccine when it does not stop infection and transmission. It is possible personnel protection at best, and even that is rapidly failing. The risks for children from the vaccine, including heart inflammation and other damage, outweigh the protections that it can give you. If your child is injured from the vaccine, you cannot sue Pfizer, meaning the pharma company has more rights and protections than you do as a parent. It is indeed a wake-up call and a reminder that these types of dictatorial mandates cannot stand. We are going to fight them in every possible way, including in our courts, no matter how many times it takes until the truth prevails and we can regain our rights. Thank you.
At this time, I have no more cards. I will make one last call if anyone wants to. Otherwise, we will be closing public comment. I see none, so public comment is now closed. We will move to staff responses.
Thank you,
Dr. Hill.
Thank you, President Frittner, and thank you to all the speakers this evening. We definitely appreciate hearing your perspective. A lot of the comments were about anti-mask, anti-vaccine, so I'll come back to those. I want to address the other comments first. First of all, Mr. Kroll, and he, him are my pronouns. Thank you for your activism, and thank you for coming down here, especially on a school night. I know there's two students that also spoke on the vaccine mandate, so I wanted to make sure that I acknowledge them in case they had to leave early as well. One of the questions was around if they chose not to get the vaccine, if it's mandated, is there another option? Yes, independent study is an option.
In person.
So, well, I'm just gonna, because I want to make sure I'm clear on the protocol for this evening. This is not a back and forth. There's not commentary. We sat there and listened respectfully, so I encourage everyone to do the same thing. I'm addressing specific questions. I'm not engaging the overall sentiment of the group. So the student, Ms. Razomian, asked about independent studies, so I'm answering her questions, okay? For the other speakers, I want to just acknowledge Ms. Stenberg and Ms. Ostrom. Thank you for your feedback on the textbook process. I believe staff and I all agree that a single textbook probably will not be inclusive enough, especially around Indigenous people. We do realize the limitations of textbooks, so we do want to look at supplemental material as well. So thank you for coming down and highlighting your concerns. Ms. Francisco, thank you for Burbank Coordinating Council and the holiday baskets. We want to make sure we get that information out to our families as well as our schools, so we will continue to work on that. Mr. Schlossman, I want to stress again my comments from last meeting. We all have a right, freedom of speech. And when you're at the podium, you have that freedom of speech. And as a superintendent, I have the freedom of speech as well. And so when I do hear things and I do receive feedback, as I said last meeting, when your comments have a different impact than your intent, I feel it's my responsibility as superintendent to highlight that. And when I have employees that tell me that your comments come across to them as racism, I want to highlight that. And I want to stress again, because I've done it 3 meetings now. You keep saying you want our employees to be able to read and speak English. And I've told you over and over again, to get the job, they must pass an exam that is in English to match the level of the job they're applying for. And so when you bring up these allegations that they can't read safety, these examples and allegations they can't read safety labels, they must apply for the job in English. For each job, there are tests that they must take in English for that job, and they pass that, and they also speak Spanish. So when you say that, it comes across that you feel like they are not proficient enough to do their jobs in English. That's why I keep highlighting. Please don't say that. It's misinformation. There's a couple other comments tonight talking about the vaccine mandate. I do need to highlight. I don't know if it was your intent, but the impact on me was problematic. I don't find it comedy or humor when you joke about the Holocaust and concentration camps or gender transitions. It's very, very problematic for our employees, our community, and our students. So I'm just going to highlight that. You may not attend that, but we have students here, students watching. It's not funny. And I know others in the audience laughed at those comments, and I just have to highlight that. It's disgusting to me. I also find it problematic when you try to take MLK and the struggles and the fight that he was doing and connect it to vaccines and COVID. You may agree or disagree with me, but I have to highlight it when that's problematic to me. I just feel like it diminishes all the work in that movement. And I want to support Dr. Weisberg's comments, like what happened in the Holocaust and with Nazis. And I understand you're trying to talk about slippery slope, but when you connect that to vaccines, it's problematic. And I just want to be very clear about that. There's a couple questions from Ms. Weigel about our COVID budget. We've presented at previous board meetings, but I think the easiest way, if you just email Ms. Kukta, she can give you, we have a master spreadsheet on the money we received for COVID funding and how we're spending it. You talked about reasonable accommodations. That is a process that takes place with HR and our legal department. So please contact HR and they will set up a reasonable accommodation meeting and you will go through that process. Again, we're not going to do a back and forth again, please. Ms. Biddle, I want to clarify your comment about police on campus and fire on campus. There has never been a statement that says we're not allowed to call police and fire to address any kind of emergency. Administrators don't have to think about that. It's very clear if there's an emergency on campus. We were talking about when individuals are on campus, how do you make sure you protect the students? And we didn't want organizations on campus that don't have a mandate, vaccine, or testing. But that never prevented emergency services from coming on our campus. I want to clarify that. Ms. Bell, I want to clarify again, your comments were not full disclosure of what I said. In order for BUSD employees and students who signed up for the vaccine clinic, they had to sign up online and go through an informed consent process. That's what happened before the event. The individuals were confused because you were not part of that event, so they didn't have you in the database. They didn't know why you were there. So everybody that was there got all the information. So I just want to be clear because I don't want that misinformation out there. Ms. Ulisi, sounds like you have concerns about teachers. Please email the teacher or the principal, or you can email me or make sure I address that. And we will look into those concerns about the teacher in the classroom. Those were the specific questions or concerns I saw. I just want to highlight on anti-mask or not having masks. We must follow the county ordinance and state ordinance about that from the health department. And it's very clear that students must wear a mask when they're in schools indoors, and we will follow that. We will follow any state or health department mandate. And there's going to be a discussion on the vaccine mandate, but I just want to be very clear in case people leave early before we get to that discussion, is the governor has now put forward a mandate when the vaccine is fully approved by the FDA, ages 12 and up, the next semester we will need to implement that. That's the entire state of California. All right, please no commentary. We're going to show respect to. That is what the governor has passed. This is not a Burbank decision when that happens. This is an entire.
Yes, it is. That's not really acceptable. Excuse me. We were all very polite.
And let you talk and express your opinions. The superintendent is trying to answer some of those comments, as will we in turn. We showed you respect. Please show us the same.
So the governor's mandate it's clear it will apply to every single student in California. So when it's FDA fully approved, then students will need to be vaccinated, or need to file medical exemption or any other legal exemption at the time. And we will go through a process on that. If individuals choose not to do that, then it will be independent study. There's no action item tonight from the school board on mandates. There's a discussion about what other districts have been doing with mandates, and also an update on what the state is doing. I just want to make sure that's very clear, because it doesn't feel like it was clear this evening. And just the last conversation about, we do not get $11,000 per kid that gets vaccinated. The people are conflating information. We get $11,000 per kid per year that attends our schools. That's the fact. Whether they're vaccinated or not, if they go to school, actually, if they're not vaccinated, then I don't know where that's coming from. I just want to be very clear about that. I believe I addressed the majority of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting. We'll move on to board member responses. Dr. Weisberg?
Thank you. I want to thank Polly and Carmenita for reminding me about something that I've been meaning to do for months. So I want to start off by acknowledging the traditional ancestral unceded territory of the Chumash, Tongva, Fernandino, Tatavaim, and First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. It is important to understand the long-standing history that has brought us to reside on the land and to seek to understand our place within that history. Dr. Emily Weisberg, she, her, hers. Thanks to all of the speakers. I'll address first the comment about me being rude. And I'll say this, being elected doesn't stop us from being human beings. And I think you'll notice that when people were commenting in a respectful way, the response was respectful. When you turn the Holocaust, MLK, transgender students, transitions into punchlines, I'm not going to respond in a particularly respectful way. When you denigrate Martin Luther King Jr.'s memory, when you spit on the graves of my relatives slaughtered by the Nazis because you think it makes for a funny joke, I'm not going to respond from a respectful place, nor would you. And I watched as all of you made jokes and made comments and laughed. I'm not any less human than you are. So I'm going to respond like a human being when you do things that insult me as a human being and insult my family. Now, if you want to sit down and have a conversation about how vaccine mandates supposedly connect to the Holocaust, great. I taught genocide education for 10 years. I'd love to sit down with you and talk to you about it. And when you call me arrogant, for responding to the deeply disrespectful, historically inaccurate, and slanderous comments about 12 million people, not just Jews, dissidents, gypsies, homosexuals being slaughtered at the hands of the Nazis because you don't want to follow a vaccine mandate? The arrogance is yours, ma'am. It is not mine. Students, watch this. They're not a punchline. Their lives are not a punchline. 700,000 dead Americans is not a punchline. So you can look away and you can roll your eyes and you can laugh. But our job is to make sure that all of our students and all of our employees are safe. And that is what we are doing. Every day, all day, constantly. I want to thank Dr. Chambers and everyone from Burroughs for sending us the awesome shirts and swag so we can rock the new mascot. Super, super cool. I also want to thank all of the schools that allowed me to come visit along with Mr. Ferguson over the past couple of weeks. It was wonderful to be on campus. I think we would all agree, all of us here, that our main thing is to fight tooth and nail to keep our schools open and our students in school. This is what we're trying to do. And it's magnificent to be back and see everyone. As a teacher myself, there's nothing better than being back. I also want to thank everyone who made the Huerta renaming ceremony so fantastic. And again, to thank our amazing student board members for their reports and their insight. I think that's all I got. Oh, no. I also want to address very briefly Mr. Schlesman again. It was interesting to hear you speak really respectfully and engage with us in right before we left for closed session. And it was a little harder to witness the posturing during the second public comment. We are always going to respond to racist dog whistles, always. We are always going to stand up for our employees who speak both Spanish and English and create a wonderful, diverse, and rich environment in so doing. We're never going to stop doing that. Actions have consequences, which is, I think, something that is often missed during public comment. So when you say that, we're going to respond in kind because we have deep respect for our students and our faculty and our employees, and we're never going to let that go undiscussed.
Thank you, Dr. Weisberg. Dr. Agakanian?
Thank you. First of all, I want to start by thanking all of our speakers. Your opinion does matter. But at the same time, I want to concur what my colleagues said earlier. The health and safety of our students and employees are our number one priority. And I apologize, Dr. Agakanian, he, him, his. I'm a parent too. I worry about the same things you are worried about. But we were elected for a reason. And it's difficult. Sometimes it's difficult. And I know emotions get in the way. But at the same time, I do agree with my colleague. My son is watching this right now. And some of these comments you made today for a community who lost 1.5 million of its people because of our religion, being a Christian, it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. First things first, thank you to everybody who took time tonight to come down and to put in a card. As frustrating as this is, and as much disagreement as there is, the faith that you have by coming down and putting in a card and testifying and offering your opinion matters. And so thank you for participating, and thank you for your comments. I believe one of the speakers said, in particular, we are all trying to do what's right for our kids and to keep our kids safe. I understand very much so how a parent could be fearful, especially with students or with children who are immunocompromised, right? Lots of unanswered questions. I can understand fear, okay? I can understand that. I can also understand when that fear is then answered by a mandate, how the response to that is not going to necessarily be positive, right? I understand all of that. I understand that there are varying perspectives on the health and how effective the vaccines are and what their purpose are. I've heard many examples tonight, some very accurate, some which I don't believe to be accurate, where we talk about really the vaccine and how it's been an evolving story, I think is how it's been described. Some of that I can explain, some of that I can't. And I understand that. And I also chiefly understand that I am not a medical expert, and none of us are. And to be fair, many of you are not as well either, right? We are all amateurs doing our best in the craziest moment in our lives, right? I understand that mandates are impacting employees. I do believe that it is a condition to work with our children to be vaccinated at this point in time. I believe that. If there are real accommodations or real medical exemptions that are necessary that a doctor will sign off on, I am supportive of that. I do think that the FDA approval process is beyond annoying, to say the least, confusing in other parts. The governor is deciding to lead on this front, and is deciding to get out front and to declare that he is going to move forward unilaterally with the powers vested in him by the California Constitution to move forward with a vaccine mandate. And I understand there may be disagreements about whether that power exists or not. That is for the courts, not for a school board meeting, just to be honest. And the second thing is that man was on the ballot And there was the question asked, should he be removed? A lot of people can discuss the validity of the election, you name it. But the man right now is governing with a popular mandate and has now come out and said that he includes vaccine mandates as a part of that. So whether or not we want to rush to get ahead of the governor or allow the state to move forward with its process and the FDA to move forward with its process in evaluating the health and effectiveness that vaccines have amongst young people, specifically under the age of 16. So tonight, again, a lot of what is being presented is informational. We need to be able to have information, as you all presented to us tonight, and all of you took time to put that information together and to give it to us. Thank you. Thank you for that. I will agree with my colleagues that the use of transitioning, the Holocaust, and Martin Luther King, I think were, to say the least, fell short. And in other ways, were some of the same emotional manipulation that we were accused of, trying to be used to make a point. I don't think that that's fair all the time. But again, this is the game. So I will say this, I don't support that at all, and everybody should feel free to belong. And so what I will say is, on the employee mandate, again, I support moving forward with the path that is in place. With the student mandate, I want to say I understand the fear, and if anything is illustrated tonight, it is that the amount of information that we need to do for parents, to provide for parents opportunities for them to ask questions, is critical. Obviously, I don't think, and this is just my opinion right now, that the governor is driving this car. I don't think we need to drive it any faster as we focus on an employee mandate and executing that. And we will, and in my opinion, wait until we receive further instructions from the state and the FDA signs off officially on the vaccine. The state reserves the power, they do, to mandate vaccinations. And so if they choose to do that, that is the pathway that they can exercise. Every single member here can call your assembly member, call your state senator, and weigh in on this. But what I will say is that while we are focused on the employee mandate, I do support waiting for the governor's mandate to go into effect when the FDA signs off on approval, as all of our resolutions have been. I can't answer for the lack of faith and confidence in the FDA or the CDC. I can't answer for that. I can do the best I can here, elected by neighbors and friends just like you. The common goal, as I believe you said, Ms. Taylor, correct? The common goal is to keep our kids safe. I understand we may disagree on how to get there. Please continue to be a part of this process, continue to come down and to testify and to tell us. You know, again, we may disagree fundamentally, but I am committed to hearing you out. I really am. So, and I know all of us are. These are highly, you know, you're living this right now, right? It's a highly emotionally charged moment. We want to put that aside. We want to get to the real conversations. And we may agree to disagree at this point. But let's do our best as we're navigating this as a community, truly, as people who see each other in the supermarket, right? As you, let us in this moment try and avoid the language that just triggers, right? And start working to understand. And again, if we agree to disagree, at the end of that conversation, we can say, I agree to disagree with you. But we're triggering each other in this conversation, and every time we're triggering each other, we're not hearing each other. And you could be making a point that counts. I appreciate, again, everybody coming down tonight. And just thank you from the bottom of my heart for having faith in this institution, because our kids are well served by it for the most part. They really are. So thank you for coming down. If we disagree, I still respect you. But the comparisons to things like the Holocaust, things like, that's got to end. It's got to end. We're trivializing each other's experiences. We're not hearing each other, and we've got to hear each other. And I get the shaking of heads right here. I get it. But I'm asking you humbly, as a leader in this community, to take a walk in somebody else's shoes, as I have walked in your shoes when we have talked about smog, when we've talked about, right? I'm just asking for the same. And I respect that you're here for all the right reasons. Promise. So thank you all for coming down tonight. Looking forward to continuing to engage in this. And again, where we can, let's model the conversation can happen. And again, we will move forward. There will be additional information passed down from the state. A lot of it you may react to. We do not control it. But we will keep everybody up to date, and we will do our best, and I will certainly be pushing to try and ensure that we give as much information as possible to parents seeking out information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Ms. Abbott?
Sometimes I'm always happy that I'm third or fourth in line to speak, but by the time you also get here, everybody's said some of the most important thing. At the end of the day, for the last 2 terms, for 8 years, I've been on this board because my community matters to me. I've lived here all my life as well, as some of you have stated, and I love Burbank. I love our schools. I love the people who live here, but I especially love the kids in our schools. And I want to do what's best for those kids, for the most of those kids that I can. It's difficult. It's difficult. I appreciate you, everybody, coming down and sharing their thoughts, less some of the things that have been brought up, but sharing their thoughts and ideas with us. Sometimes they don't always align with what I think, but I definitely will listen and take into consideration when I have to make those decisions. As some of my colleagues said, that decision's not being made tonight, and it's being really, this mandate for students is really being taken out of our hands and is in the hands of the state government, and we will have to adhere to what they say it's already come down, but as more details come forward from the governor's office. He too is waiting for the vaccine to be approved by the FDA, and then depending on when that happens is when things will go to an effect. But what we can do, and what we have been doing here in the district, is figuring out how to best work with those mandates from the top or outside the state, the county, and make them work best for our students here in Burbank. And I'm sure that we'll continue to do that going forward. These are, 2 years ago when this all started and we shut down our schools and to keep kids safe, and there were people for and against that, and then bringing them back, there were people for and against, and you just try to make the best decisions with the best information you have at that particular moment. So I'm hoping that we will all get there and we'll be able to provide appropriate accommodations for those who need those accommodations when the time comes. And that there's trust in both sides, you and us, and us sharing or appreciating and listening to the information you bring us as we make those decisions. So thank you again. It's been a long public comment period, and again, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts and ideologies with us. It's greatly appreciated. Not to change the subject a little bit, not because it's not important, but there's some things happening in the community that I think are very important that I've worked on a long time, and they've blossomed and grown. And in a couple of weeks, the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation is holding an in-person party, as they're calling it, an impact party. And so I want to make sure that everybody listening is aware. The Burbank Arts and Education Foundation is an outside entity that raises funds to help support different areas of our school district, not just one school site, but the entire district, each and every school. I was looking for the information. If you're interested in attending, it's October 15th, Friday night, 7 to 10 p.m. Tickets are available online at Burbank Arts and Education Foundation website. If you cannot attend, online is an auction. Please check out some of the things that you could bid on if interested and help support the foundation, which in turn then helps Burbank Unified. So again, the Impact Party by Burbank Arts and Education Foundation on October 15th. And that's all I got.
Thank you, Ms. Tabbitt.
Yes, and check out the online auction. Thank you, Dr. Agakanian.
I almost always start my responses by thanking everyone for coming out and speaking to us. I'm sure everyone doesn't really believe that I truly mean that when I say it. I'm sorry if that's the case, because I do. I have no problem with a room full of people who are about 90 to 95% opposing what we are, looking at, opposing some item on our agenda. As Mr. Schlossman said, it's the first, I think you were going to say, the First Amendment, we do value people being allowed to speak their opinion. And even if I am not completely happy with something said, as happened a few weeks ago, and I spoke out, but I allowed it to go forward because you made some arguments against it, and I decided it was worth letting you speak the way you wanted to speak. I am happy to hear everyone's opinion. Ms. Otters, who I believe left, said we're not too fond of opinions. Because someone doesn't always agree with your opinions doesn't mean you're not fond of opinions. I could say the same thing to her, because the second she heard something that she didn't like, she got up and walked out. We can't do that. This is our job we were elected to do. And by the way, we don't want to get up and walk out either. We want to hear what you have, what you have to say. I won't engage in a back and forth. I want to address a few comments because most of the speakers spoke on one subject. I will come back to that. Ms. Francisco, I don't think she had to leave, but thank you for coming out, speaking on behalf of the Coordinating Council. The Holiday Basket Program, always very important. Ms. Stenberg and Ms. Ostrom, thank you. I agree. Our textbooks aren't always sufficient, and supplemental material is very valuable, and we should be reviewing that. I'm sure, as the superintendent spoke earlier, that Ms. Caseo and Dr. Paramo will certainly be able to look at that. Dr. Konopik. Mr. Kroll, I apologize. I didn't point out my pronouns, he, him, his. I will say we have ordered the nameplates that will have that. They should be, we saw the prototype, and we should have those at one of our meetings shortly, so we will have that. And I've also personally changed my email signatures, both for the school district and my work, to include that. So thank you again for reminding us. Regarding the rest of the comments were mostly regarding the vaccine mandates and the masking mandates. As a couple of my colleagues have pointed out, much of this is mandated by the state, especially when it's coming to the student mandates. We hadn't moved forward on that. We do have an agenda item, and again, it's, as we pointed out, it's a discussion item because we are looking for more information. But the governor did issue a mandate last week for all those within FDA approval. Right now, that is 16 and above for the Pfizer vaccine. We are waiting to get more complete details on how that'll work, but that will be a continuing conversation. But we want to discuss, I understand, as my colleague pointed out, some people, there are people, I'm sorry, I don't have all the people's names in front of me. The student who's got several medical issues, we can work through medical accommodations if they are needed. We are, by law, also have to look at religious exemptions so that all those will be worked through as we get through the process. I truly believe, as was pointed out by one of our speakers and by my fellow board member, ultimately we are all trying to do the same thing. We are trying to look out for the safety of our students and our staff. I'm sorry we don't all see it the same way. I don't know that I've seen in my lifetime a divergence of opinion on a medical issue that has been like this. Ms. Bitter, you had mentioned it tonight, but at a previous meeting you had talked about growing up at the time you grew up. I'm about the same. The not trusting authority, and don't trust government, don't trust authority. And I do remember those times, and I grew up in that same times. But one thing we always did trust, even when you didn't trust the government, you trusted the scientists. You trusted the science because you figured they were just trying to help. They were just trying to help us. And I still have that outlook. I still believe that those working for these organizations are trying to help us. They are trying to do what's best, what's else. It was brought up a few times. The CDC has changed their opinions, and how can you trust that? Well, science, you keep doing research and you keep finding more data, and sometimes something you found earlier that you believed to be true, you have found enough evidence to say, oh, that's not quite accurate. We need to change our outlook on that. We need to adjust what we are recommending. Science isn't I can't remember a program I was watching and someone defined it, and I won't go there because I can't remember the exact quote. But we need to try, and I know everyone seems to have their own idea of what's the truth, and that's part of the problem. There used to be a standard of what was true and what was opinion. And now no one seems to want to accept that what the other person believes is the truth. And we are all, I'm not accepting myself from that. But as was pointed out, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. But as an elected official, we are sometimes put in a position of having to make a decision on what we believe is best for our students and our staff. And when we do that, we try and find the sources that we believe to be reliable, and we try and find the most data. And right now, yes, that's what I believe is the vaccine is doing good things, and we are lucky to have it. And I believe there's a reason California has the lowest COVID rates in the nation right now. That a lot of states that have downplayed all of this have raging outbreaks. I think there's an obvious correlation there. public safety, there's people want to have their freedoms, and I mentioned this at the last meeting. Freedom doesn't mean freedom to do anything at any time, anywhere. Public safety, there are laws that are put in place for the betterment of the public, for the safety of the public. There's lots of them. There's lots of things you can't just do. There are lots of vaccines that have been mandated by the state previously. The students attending already, there's a list of 10, it's either 10 or 11, I think it's 10 that were already mandated. The governor has now mandated this vaccine as well. We have to, we have to. Yeah, we do have to follow the state mandates. You stop doing that, you stop getting funding. You stop. I mean, we don't. We don't operate if we just decide we don't have to follow any of the government's rules anymore, any of the state's rules, any of the Department of Education rules, Department of Health rules. By the way, most businesses wouldn't either. You know, if they don't start following the laws that are mandated for them, they don't get to operate. We saw that happen in our city last year. I will agree with my colleagues that some of the rhetoric is just out of bounds. Comparing this to Nazism is just wrong. Nazis persecuted people for who they were. They didn't do it in the name of public safety. The Nazis weren't trying to prevent more illness and death, which is what the vaccine is designed to do. Nazis were persecuting people for who they were and what they believed. And to try and put that, associate this with that is just wrong. Also, $11,000 for every vaccination. These are the kind of misinformation items that get out of hand. We don't get money for every child who gets vaccinated. That should be obvious, but someone puts it on social media and suddenly everyone starts believing it. Not everyone. A portion of the populace starts believing that. I found a quote in an article I was reading recently. The last time our country faced something similar to COVID was back in the early 1900s when the flu, they called it the Spanish flu, but was rampant. And there were a lot of vaccines that were in place at that time. One for smallpox. And there was people who didn't want to get the vaccines. They didn't believe in them. One pastor in Massachusetts took the case against the smallpox vaccine all the way to the Supreme Court. And Justice John Marshall Harlan, in his ruling against the pastor, indicated real liberty for all could not exist if people could act regardless of the injury that may be done to others. Indicating that there are, when it comes to public safety and public health, there isn't necessarily a unlimited amount of freedom. Sometimes things have to be done for the public health. We're not making those decisions, but when they are made, we have to try and follow them, and that's what we are doing. I want to move on, and we have a very full agenda, so I will try and not spend too much time on this, but I think I would be at fault if I did not mention the city council meeting that occurred on September 28th. There was an agenda item at that meeting regarding that was brought forth by Councilman Constantine Anthony that was advocating for a parcel tax that he was proposing would benefit the school district, mostly, not all, but some of it would go to other things, but for the school district. For some background, many of you know, and some of you may not. In November 2018, the school district, the board, voted to bring forth on the ballot Measure QS, which was a parcel tax measure, to try and raise funds for the district. We believed it was the right decision. Not everyone did. Certainly, some were vocal, and that's fine. Some people, that's what you're allowed to do when there's a proposition on a ballot. Some people can campaign for it, some against it. We worked hard on the campaign. Parcel taxes need a 66.7%, 2/3 approval rating. It can't be just 50% plus one. Our measure received about 64.2%. Vast majority of the voters in Burbank supported it. Any other election, it's a landslide. It didn't pass. We did feel like because there was that significant support in the community, that we should try and follow up on it. And we did some research on ourselves after that first campaign and saw what did we do on that campaign that worked, what didn't work as well, what can we possibly do differently. And in March of 2020, we brought forth Measure I, another parcel tax measure. And we did the things that people said we didn't do right the first time. We worked on it longer, we spent more money. The council donated what little salary we get, we donated our salary for a year towards the measure to try and help support it. We spent more time on it, got more volunteers, partnered with our bargaining units, got the support of most electeds in the area, endorsed it, including the 5 city council members at the time. Worked very hard and very long on it. And it did about 0.3% better. We did about 64.5%. So it did not pass again. At that time, we could have looked at it and said, see, there's still lots of support. Maybe we should keep doing this. But we did analyze and decided at the rate things are right now, with the law written the way it is, where you need 2/3, we were not likely to pass a parcel tax. So we decided we would just have to work through with what we had. We have not, as a board or as a district, we have not made, I know there's people in the town who are convinced we are plotting to bring another one back, put another one on the ballot. None of us have worked on that at all. We have made no efforts to move forward with another parcel tax measure. I went through all this background to talk about what Mr. Anthony decided he needed to do last week. Brought forth a measure to the city council without talking to any of us on the board or the superintendent, anyone in the district. Proceeded to talk about the things we did wrong that he or the city council could figure out how to do better. He seems to think that we are children that can't figure out things, that he's got much more knowledge of this, even though he's never, He's had a child in one of our schools for a few years, but hasn't been involved in the district at all. He mentioned, and I quote, calling the school board and the school district the kid sister of the city council. Mr. Anthony, we are not your kid sister. We are not some adjunct of the city council. We are a duly elected body. All of us have been elected to our positions just like you were to do our job, which is, to the best of our ability, run the school district. That's not your job. Your job is to try and run the city. And apparently you thought you didn't have any other issues with the city anymore, that you could start working on school district problems. There was no reason for this. There was no request for this to happen. Mr. Anthony, during his campaign for city council last year, mentioned at several of his campaigns stops that city council and the school board need to work together more. There's been a bad history of it. And on his first opportunity to work with the school district on an issue that affected the school district, didn't bother reaching out to one of us. So it's kind of hard to believe whether he actually intended that or not. I want to make it clear that if you're looking for information on the school district, turn to the school board, because we are the ones, and the district, the superintendent, because we are the ones responsible for this district. There were some other things said that night by other members I don't want to delve into. I will say that we have always tried to be respectful towards the city council. We have looked for, and will always continue to look for, areas of mutual concern that we can work on together that hopefully will be better for the schools and the city. And for myself, I was elected to do this job. And I try and do this job to the best of my ability. I always have, I always will. Maybe I don't do it well enough. My term's up in a year. People are going to let me know if I did it well enough, I guess. I don't expect anyone to do my job for me. No one twisted my arm to do this, so I will take the heat, as we certainly have tonight, and we will continue to. But I will also expect people to respect our position and know that we are doing the job we're supposed to be doing. Finally, I want to talk about a couple of things, as Ms. Tabba pointed out, that changing, with all of this going on, we still have other things that worth talking about. You did talk about the BAEF impact events. I had that in my notes, so thank you for bringing that up. Dr. Weisberg mentioned the Huerta renaming ceremony. BHRC had to leave, but it was an incredible day, and we were incredibly happy to be there with Ms. Huerta. Great day for the students. Just incredible reactions from the students there. Dr. Hill and I got a chance to go to the LA County Teacher of the Year luncheon last week, along with Dr. Miller at Muir, because our district Teacher of the Year, Amelia Cheatham from Muir Middle School, was being celebrated along with the other Teachers of the Year. And Ms. Cheatham is one of the 16 finalists from LA County who will go on to the State Teacher of the Year competition. So congratulations, Ms. Cheatham. We had people talk earlier, as some people mentioned, the incredible job teachers were doing. if you really want to be impressed, this is a great place to see it. There's the 16 teachers who are the finalists moving up. They each had a video presentation on their behalf, and just the excitement when they're talking about dealing with their students and doing the job they were doing was just incredible, inspiring. And it's an event I've had the pleasure of attending several times now, and it always makes me feel great about public education because we fight through a lot constantly, but these are the people who are making public education what it is and doing it on the front lines, even through all of COVID last year. One of the teachers was talking about keeping her students involved last year, engaged. And one of the ways she did it was every day, I don't know if she said daily or weekly, but she would change her hair color. Every time. So every time they would sign on, she had a different hair color, or she would change something different. So her look was different, and that got them to pay attention and become engaged, and she took it from there. So just great event. And congratulations again, Ms. Cheatham. And lastly, yesterday was Wednesday, was Walk to School Day. Most of our elementary schools had events. I was able to participate half in the Edison Walk to School event. I live across from Edison, and we had an early morning meeting that was online, so I did that and then quickly ran over. And again, just great seeing all the students, parents, community members out there walking. And again, it's a great event. A lot of them do, living across the street. A lot of these people walk every day. I see it all the time, but a little bit more on a day like that. So it's one of those things that helps us remember there's good things every day going on in this district too. So. Okay, we will move on. We have already done 11A, so we will move to 12A, the reports to the board, and superintendent's comments. Dr. Hill.
Thank you, President Frittner. Given how late it is, I'm going to skip my comments tonight. I will send an update via email out to the community next week. Want to just highlight where we are with our COVID testing program. We are towards the end of the funding that we have received for COVID testing. So we are going to pause the testing after next week. We have applied for federal funding to keep it going, but until we secure that funding, we'll pause it. I'll highlight some data that we are seeing, that the number of positive testing is really low. What we are finding out is making sure that people are vaccinated, making sure they're following the safety protocols at home and in with schools. That's what prevents the spread, and that's where we should focus our time. So I'll send out more information on that. And the second, I just want to give an update to the community where we are with employee vaccines. We have over 92% of our employees vaccinated. As of right now, it's about 153 individuals that are not. We're continuing to work with them, going through reasonable accommodations. But it does mean in the next couple of weeks, if employees don't get vaccinated or we can't do the accommodations, we will see some staffing changes at our schools. So we'll provide more information on that in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. We'll move to 12B, the reports on facilities and technology projects. Ms. Kukta.
Good evening, board members, President Frittner, superintendent, staff, and community. I'll try to go through these quickly. There are 6 items in the consent agenda tonight that are paid for with bond dollars. So if we can get the PowerPoint up. We have 2 notices of completion, and just a correction, we must have had an agenda addition. So these are items 15 AS and 15 AT. Location for the first item is Brett Hart. It was to furnish and install slurry seal and striping through our unit price bid through Universal Asphalt. The final contract amount out of the bond monies was $31,731. We also have 15AT, which is Roosevelt Elementary, also through the unit price bid for universal asphalt. The final contract amount is $9,975. We have a ratification of purchase, item 15AU, at Walt Disney Elementary School for galvanized drain grates for the two-story modular building. The contractor is Los Angeles Galvanizing Company, and the contract amount is not to exceed $785.42. Thank you. The next item is an amendment of contract, award of contract, item 15AV, for Walt Disney Elementary School also, for site and structural concrete for the two-story modular building. That is through Santa Clarita Concrete. Contract amount not to exceed $507,600. That is out of the bond fund. The original agreement was approved on March 18th, but we neglected to include the alternate pricing amount of $58,700. So this is just a correction to the bid. The next item, 15AX, was for Walt Disney Elementary for electrical and low voltage, again for the modular building with H&S Electric Inc., not to exceed $292,395. I won't go through all of the changes. Some of them are changes in scope and other plans to addition things that we encountered during construction. This does exceed the 10% allowance change order threshold, but we're going to go ahead and move forward with this because we feel that it's proper. The last item is approval of additive change order number 1, 15AY. It is again with Disney Elementary for the two-story modular building, Santa Clarita Concrete, and this is an amount not to exceed $510,471.70. The increase amount of $2,871.70 was for slurry added to the restroom building so that we could address the required elevation. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Ferguson?
No questions on the specifics of the report, but as you can see, a lot of the Disney a lot of the Disney expenses are coming through. So if we could get just a general update on where construction is at with Disney right now, people are driving by, they're seeing some, but just where we're at.
We have a very visible process going on right now where we are stuccoing the exterior of the building. We cannot get to the interior, which is Larry Cross wants to get in there, as does IT. So anyway, we do provide weekly updates. They're on the website, both on Disney's website, the elementary specific site, and on the district's website. So
we're starting to get some emails from parents about issues like trees, shade, all of that. So when is the opportunity to engage on that front?
Okay, the shade structure, Mr. Cross has kind of envisioned a sail type structure that is pre-DSA approved.
Okay.
Probably will cost about $100,000. I do think he is meeting with the principal, so for community engagement, maybe they can work something out for input on that. He's also talked about putting some planters for trees throughout. So there will be an opportunity for do that, and that's definitely a focus.
That's
for
great.
him.
Thank you so much. I want to just make sure for those parents watching, there will be an opportunity to weigh in on that as we get further down the road. So
And
thank you.
I'll just add that at SFOC meeting, the question was put to Mr. Cross, if you were going to, would you consider it on schedule, behind schedule? And during the summer, because of delays from Silver Creek, the manufacturer, because of not getting parts, they were behind, but have been able to catch up. And he said if he was going to term it at this point, he would say definitely on schedule and maybe slightly ahead. I think he didn't want to say ahead of schedule.
I think we're hopeful. Construction is construction, and you
Right.
never know what delays you're going to do. And if you look at the one additive change order, there's things that you encounter that you couldn't prepare for. But we're hopeful that maybe by December the building can be occupied. So that's pretty optimistic. But we're keeping our fingers crossed that we can get to that.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Kukla. Item 12C, the report on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. Dr. Hill.
And thank you, President Frittner. If I could get the slides, please. This is our monthly update on our diversity, equity, and inclusion committees. For the next slide, I'll go ahead and give an update on our employee resource group. This is what we call the ERG. This is members of our employees, classified teachers, administrators. We get together, and three key areas. The first one is around definitions. So over the spring and the summer, they came up with some common DEI definitions, diversity, equity, inclusion definitions, some common terms. So we have consistent language we want to use. I do want to do a highlight that in the engagement committee, I'll talk about it in a little bit, our students have formed a lot of DEI clubs and activities on their campuses, and they're starting to share best practices, and they talked about how they want to come up with definitions. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to take our employee definitions, our student definitions, come together and merge those so that we do have one BUSD set of definitions. The second area is around professional development. Before school started, we worked with the California Teachers Association to have our employees participate in unconscious bias training. In addition, we kicked off our Facing History in Ourselves training. That is something that is going to be ongoing with Facing History in Ourselves. We have identified teacher leaders that are at each of our sites, and they are getting additional trainings that then we can incorporate into our faculty meetings throughout the year. And then finally, we have a communications group. I encourage everyone to go to the Burbank homepage. If you click under the DEI, you will see the video, and really you get to see the heart and the belief and the reasons why individuals have volunteered to serve on this committee. So I encourage everyone to watch that and see it's very powerful. Next slide, please. So in addition to the employee resource group, we do have our three committees. The first one's engagement. As I talked about, really inspired at the last meeting to hear about our students and the work they're doing. Later on tonight, you'll be voting on our consultant contract, and that's something that we want to be able to get out there, do focus groups, support them, connect them across school sites. As well as the second is around parents. So parents at most of our school sites now have formed DEI committees. They welcome everybody. So those watching at home, please make sure you reach out to your school and learn about your DEI committee. If you don't have one, we can support you to establish one. The PTA has done a great job of collecting best practices and connecting those groups. And then finally, just want to keep highlighting where updates will be provided on our website, and you can read about our latest diversity champion. And there's an application form, and we do want applications. So if you know a community member, a student, employee, parent that's doing amazing work around diversity, equity, and inclusion, submit a nomination or nominate yourself, and the committee will review that. And you want to highlight the stories and the work that's being done, because so much great work is being done in our schools. Around the instructional update, the instructional committee has been doing a lot of work with our English teachers and our social science teachers around the new board policy and administrative regulations about how we implement our books and our curriculum in our schools. They're also developing a process to review materials. We want to make sure that we have more diverse and inclusive materials embedded into our curriculum and into our schools. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, we're continuing the work with Facing History in Ourselves. Next slide, please. Finally, on the policy work, most of the work they did in the spring and summer was supporting administrative regulations back to the June board meeting, where we talked about what can be used or what can't be used in our schools. The next step is they're going to start identifying human resource policies and administrative regulations for review. And so we're doing an audit of our current policies through that lens of diversity, equity, inclusion. And they had their meeting last night where they started talking about these topics. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments, my colleagues? No, Mr. Ferguson?
Just to bring up Ms. Steinberg's comments a little bit earlier today about the sufficiency around pupil textbooks, specifically around Indigenous history and how we're teaching that and how we're observing that within our curriculum. I think this is a great also issue to flag for these committees, and if they can talk with our teachers and our instructional teams and start talking about what supplemental material is necessary to get this across. I think that's some good work for the DEI committee to start considering with educators how best to supplement to make sure we're covering that. because I agree with that sentiment.
And that conversation actually came from the instructional subcommittee, so that this was a follow-up
Look
from
at
that last
that.
meeting.
A system working.
We talked about it a little bit in the larger DEI committee, and I think this probably lands in engagement, but perhaps it's working with our 3 student board members to talk about ways that we can connect with the larger student population. So I know Dr. Paramo spoke with ASB, but how are we reaching out to students who might not be in ASB? How are we connecting with a lot of like the different clubs that have formed beyond? So how do we expand that to reach out to different and more diverse communities? I think is important.
In addition to visiting ASBs, Dr. Paramo has started to visit the Black student unions as well as the DEI clubs on campuses. So that is something that came from our engagement subcommittee as well, and so we've started to implement that. With the hiring of our new consultant, that's going to be a focus as well. And then also working with those student leaders to say,
Yeah.
what's the best way to connect and hear from all student voices on campus? They have that insight, the best way to do that. So.
And is there a way, I mean, and it can be confidential, that we can, and maybe this again will be engagement, but we can hear some of what our students are sharing with us about what they'd like to see, the direction they'd like things to go. I mean, I think it's so important that our decisions are informed by them. So any way we can get that information would be wonderful.
Right. We talked about focus groups and reporting out, additional surveys, and you will see for example, in the report tonight, you'll see the summary of those conversations when we talk about the student vaccine. When we come back and talk about SROs, we'll embed those comments as well. So when we're talking about comment, we're trying to get out there and get the feedback from our students.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your work, Dr. Paramo.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Alcani.
I just want you to, if it's okay, to acknowledge at least, we have 2 members here from the committee. If it's okay, if we can just acknowledge.
Sure. We make sure I know which 2 are still here. So, yes.
I mentioned that, and the reason I say this is because a lot of people don't realize how much time, volunteer time has gone into this. This is, staff and volunteers and.
It's 11 o'clock and they're still there.
Right. Yeah,
So,
and
there
they're
you
still
go.
here, but for some parents out there also, mention their names if they run into them, if they want ideas.
Sure. Ms. Stenberg and Ms. Ostrom, they spoke at public comments and they're still here this evening. Yes.
Carmenita, Helga, Ms. Helga.
Let's see. And
Carmenita.
Ms. Hellegar is here as well. So, okay.
And Audra was here. Not
Okay.
The whole family.
All right. Thank you. All right. With that, any other questions?
Do we have coffee?
I do not have coffee, sir. All right.
All right, thank you, Dr. Hill. We'll move on to 12D, discussion regarding the development of a policy for mandating vaccines for students. Dr. Paramo.
Good evening, Board President Frittner, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Hill, district staff, and members of the audience. My name is John Paramo, and my pronouns are he, him, his. And to construct a basis for our conversation today on vaccinations for eligible students, we put the following PowerPoint together for you. So one of the things that was asked when we spoke about this at our last board meeting was what other school districts have passed student vaccine mandate. And so you can see here, we listed the ones that we are aware of, which are Culver City Unified School District, Los Angeles Unified School District, Oakland, Piedmont, and Hayward.
Dr. Paramo, how many? Sorry to jump in automatically, but
It's okay.
How many of those are 16 and up? How many of those are 12 and up?
I'm not sure about that. I know that I know for sure they're 16 and up. I don't know which ones are smaller.
Okay.
I'll get that information for you.
So these are mandates that are in place regardless of the governor's mandate and regardless of CDC approval or FDA approval of the vaccine.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide. In terms of what our district can look at, in terms of exemptions, some data points to start a conversation. Other mandatory vaccines do not allow for a personal belief or sincere religious exemption. the district would need to consider legal exemptions for students who have a disability or other medical condition which would prohibit the vaccine. Verification from a medical doctor would be required in writing for a student to be eligible for a medical exemption. The written document would be submitted to school administration. The document would be reviewed by district staff. Next slide. So I did have the opportunity to meet with the ASB at both of our comprehensive high schools, but also Monterey. And it was probably the highlight of the 10 weeks we've been in school for me, because what I had planned to be a 10 or 15-minute conversation turned out to be an hour-long conversation because the kids had a lot to say. And we only addressed two overarching topics, and that was a mandate for student vaccines and also their feedback and input on how they felt about SROs at the school. So what you have here in front of you is the feedback about the COVID vaccines. And they were, I just gotta stay true. They were very adamant that I portray their remarks accurately, and that I gave a complete picture of how they felt. So they were pretty serious about this topic. So all three schools felt that the vaccinations should be required for students. Their comment was that we should follow science and do what it takes to make everyone safe. They felt it was a good idea because if you're in close contact with a student that may test positive, you do not have to quarantine. If the district is allowing for medical exemptions, why wouldn't we make it mandatory? The district should make it as easy as possible for students to be vaccinated. The vaccinations should be made available at the site. Now, this next comment honestly really surprised me, only in the sense that each of the three schools had a student who said the same exact thing. And that struck me because I would not have expected this comment. And the comment was, I want to get the vaccination, but my parents won't let me. How can the district help? I asked them what they thought. And they talked a lot about the district providing informational meetings for their parents to try to help them through any of their fear or misconceptions about it, which I said I would bring forward. And I think that each of these bullet points above the last one all have this underlying fear that they're going to have to go back to virtual learning. And they are absolutely terrified that that's what's going to happen, because what they shared with me is they just can't do it again. Next slide. I know the board, the last time we spoke about this topic, asked to bring some data back about how it's going for the UC schools. That data is really hard to come by, and I think it's because it's early, but also they don't have, there's not a composite data set for all the UC schools. Each UC school is putting out their data, and they're not consistent in the data or how they're presenting their data. So here's what we could find that is solid information, at least at the time we put the PowerPoint together. So UC Berkeley shows a significant jump in testing and positive cases coinciding with students returning to campus for the fall. Between August 24th, 2021 and September 7th, 2021, there were 145 total cases among students and staff, a positivity rate of 0.06%. Berkeley's dashboard also shows that 97% of undergraduate students and 97% of graduate students and 90% of staff are vaccinated. Merced case rates are slightly higher than Berkeley. As of August 30th, 2021, the positivity rate was 1.36% among students and 2.44% among staff. Each of the UC campuses is aiming to have at least 90% of their campus populations vaccinated this fall. And I would open it up for discussion. I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. It's been a long night on this subject, so first I just want to thank you for doing the outreach, and to the students who may be watching, heard loud and clear. One thing I will say to students more than ever is, the fear of returning to virtual learning. I am hearing that too when I go to school sites. Very, very much real. And a lot of that comes honestly from conditions that are out of control. We are well within control right now, and that is not an option right now that anybody is discussing. And that is why vaccines are such the point of the conversation. So we don't have to lock ourselves up for another year or two. So to me, I don't think we should move faster than the state is moving at this point in time. Now that the state has agreed to take this on, and the governor is taking this on, and it is going through the legislature in appropriate channels. So my just recommendation would be that when additional details come out around a student vaccination policy that the state issues, that the board be briefed on that, and that and that at a part of that conversation is staff brings back a proposal for parent outreach and information. That would be my recommendation on this item, not trying to shut down the conversation.
Thank you to you and the students. But yeah, I echo that completely.
I want to, if you will allow me to, I want to share a really short, brief experience I had when I was at Burbank High. I had a great conversation with the kids, probably about 35 kids represented. Very long discussion. It was amazing. And one of the things I said to them is, I don't want to go up in front of the board and misrepresent you. So are you okay with me making the following statements? Just raise your hand. And so I had already constructed in my head what I wanted to say, and so I just wanted their agreement, and I got that. And so I said, thank you very much for your time, and I started to walk out. And the ASB president followed me outside, and she touched my arm, and she says, can we just talk for a second? And I said, yes. And she says, I 100% support what the ASB just shared with you. I think they're being totally genuine. And I said, yeah, I got that impression. And she says, but I want to make a point. And I said, yeah. And she says, there wasn't a lot of diversity in that room. And she says, I would encourage you to maybe have the same conversations with our Black Student Union and other groups as well. So I thought that was pretty amazing that she initiated that, and that she was aware of it, that she was conscientious of that. And so that's what prompted me to reach out to the schools. And obviously, we're starting with the Black Student Union and then looking at what other groups, diverse groups they have on campus to be able to engage in conversation with them as well. So,
I mean, I think that's important, super important, and also something that we should start to make the model of how we do student outreach in general. I know it's easy with ASB often because they're sort of in one spot and they have a class and like that's,
yeah.
But I think just making it a habit for all of us to be reaching out to all of the different clubs and different groups on campus to try to get a more holistic understanding of where the kiddos are at is best practice,
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on. We've got 12E. Are we? Do I have a discussion or a motion?
Can I, if I can just make a suggestion here, we have we're on 12E, correct?
Yes, 12E.
Yes. So I am going to ask, 12E is a rather dense conversation around survey data, so my brain is not there right now, and so I'm going to ask that we postpone that to the following agenda, if that's okay with staff. Also asking for item 12G to be postponed to next meeting as well. That's the report on summer school, unless that's time sensitive, looking at staff. Just noting the lateness of the night, if that's okay with folks.
Yeah. We're okay with bringing both back.
Okay.
Okay.
And for members of the public, both of these are slated as informational items, so it is more of a report. It's not an action that we're pushing off, but especially with the survey data, I want to make sure that we have the time and energy to dig deep into to what the feedback is.
Right. So all members, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, so yes, we'll agree to table those till our next meeting. So we are tabling E and G, so we will look at 12F, the discussion on the independent study program. Ms. Caseo.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, President Fittner. So this discussion is on independent study. That was a request from the board. So with AB 130 and SB 130, if we could have the slides, please. Thank you. So there were some changes put into our independent study, because independent study has always existed, but it had its own legislation, and now it changed with AB 130 and SB 130. So it replaced our distance learning, which expired in, excuse me, I'm sleepy here. Okay, it expired on June 30th of 2021, and the new legislation took the old one and made some changes to it. So it didn't create its own brand new independent study program, but it just modified what was in current existence, which means that the old program doesn't really exist anymore either. So sometimes we get requests for that program that doesn't exist, and we have a new modified independent study program. And we were required, it was a requirement for us to offer this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so we have to make sure that it's available to students from TK to 12, that it's a voluntary program, but that all parents have access to it if they feel uncomfortable, that they think their students may be at risk medically, if they were to go to in-person learning, and the burden is really on the parent, and if they feel uncomfortable. We don't have to require anything else except for that the parent decides. Special needs students can participate as well, but it requires an IEP for them to be placed into the program. Next slide. So additional requirements are that the changes they made to the old independent study programs were the requirements for live interaction and synchronous instruction based on the grade spans. So the younger they are, the more the more daily instruction they get, and it just eases up as they get older, so that in high school, it's only once a week of instruction per content area. The other requirements that we have are that they have to have access to their A through G courses, and that we have to have tiered re-engagement. So if we start to notice, of course, that they're not doing their assignments and not participating in any of the live sessions, then we have to follow up, make contact at home, follow up with meetings, and then if necessary, return them to their home school, go through the SAR process, the whole thing. But the state really wants us to be very careful with these students because so many of them disappeared in distance learning. So they were trying to prevent that from happening this year. So the other big change is that parents can move back and forth from independent study to in-person instruction. And we need to respond to that request and be able to move them back within 5 days. So the current program, well, when I did the report anyway, we had 197 elementary students enrolled, but currently, and 10 in 6th grade, and currently we have 205 altogether. So it's changed slightly. And then for secondary, we had 150 at the Independent Learning Academy, but now we have 194 with 2 more being processed. And special education has started to stabilize. So we have 25 elementary and 17 secondary students enrolled in special education independent study. So Elementary stabilized a lot quicker than secondary, which had been steady the whole time. And as I said, we're still enrolling in secondary, and we had to add another teacher. So the concerns are the contracts, because they're very convoluted, which was exactly the same as the old independent study program. The contracts are difficult to understand for families and for teachers as well. So, and there's a lot of paperwork with it. The change from the distance learning model was also a concern for parents, because with distance learning, they had a lot more live instruction, and that is not the case with independent study. Another concern was the communication, because there was such a volume, especially with quarantining kids. So a teacher might find out that, 10 of her kids are now being quarantined, and when are they coming up or coming off and going on and all of that, and signing the contracts and getting them in the work, and then they come back and some other students go off. And it's just the office staff and the teachers being bombarded with a lot of information and trying to stay afloat and keep up with all of that. The next concern is really roles and responsibilities. Who's responsible for making those daily interactions, for the contacts with the parents, making sure everybody's on track, that the contracts are signed, that the teachers are notified, that the students get their works, and that somebody's responding to the parents. All of that, there's a lot of work involved. So those are the concerns that we have right now. That's my presentation, if you have questions.
Any questions or comments? Mr. Ferguson?
Thank you. So right now, you would thank you for your report. It is late, so keeping it together and delivering. Thank you.
I tried.
Well done. Right now, you had mentioned the state is very concerned about folks dropping off.
Yes.
Complete. So right now, who's doing that follow-up work? Who's checking in to make sure folks are staying on the program? What positions? Is it intervention specialists? Is it?
Yes, they're part of the chain, you know, so it starts with the teachers noticing and the office staff running reports, because we have to code them differently. So when they're on independent study, we code them with the G. And then when they complete that, we change it. So if they notice that those codes aren't being changed because the work isn't being turned in, then we have to follow up because they're missing assignments. And so then the intervention specialist gets involved and the principal gets involved. And then if that's not sufficient to encourage the student to start participating, then we start involving student services as well.
Got it. Okay, and so that's helpful, just so we know who's working with folks on that front.
Yes.
And then part of the reason why asking for this report to come back was, again, some of the concerns that you mentioned. It is, this flip, where we may have a kid moving in and out of a classroom 2 or 3 times within the course of a month.
Yes.
Right? And so obviously that's disruptive to the student, it's disruptive to the teacher, you name it. Some of it we can't prevent because it is the county's measures and quarantine rules, you name it. But how are we looking at this? What are we trying to do to minimize the impact? Obviously it's creating additional work for teachers. Obviously it's creating additional work for office staff. How are we trying to minimize? We're not going to be able to do everything, obviously, but how are we trying to minimize impact?
So it's really a conversation with the parents about the impact on the quality of learning and education that their students will have if they have a lot of movement back and forth, or if they move at certain times in the semester, especially for secondary students, because it's very disruptive and it's a different program. So it's not seamless, and it really takes a toll. So you have to weigh your movement carefully and try to pick out the best time to do that. But at the end of the day, though, the way the legislation is written, parents have the choice.
Okay.
So
that's really helpful. So just for parents who are watching, you absolutely have flexibility in this moment in time. Having said that, once you're there, there is a lot of work to do. And there is a lot of support to offer, and we can do our best to support you in that. But the other factor here is that vaccinated students do not have to quarantine and do not have to flip.
Correct.
So this is also a point that we're trying to make. And again, these are not local school district rules that we get to vote on. These are county rules and county health regulations. So again, to parents at home, this is an opportunity. This is an option so you can stop the flipping and stop the disruption. So just thank you. As we continue to head into next semester, if we're going to continue to be flipping, I hope we have a more in-depth conversation at that time, again, about what we can do in terms of systems to minimize impacts at a greater level, because I think everybody's groaning. I get that this is,
It's difficult.
yeah, everybody agrees. This is not what we want to be doing, and the state legislature made it even more complicated than it has been historically, so we get that. But if we're going to keep kind of doing the chaos into January because of the state and its mess, then let's have a more in-depth conversation then.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Weisberg? Okay. Any other questions? No. Thank you, Ms. Cassell. All right, we'll move on to item 13, public hearing, and I will, that was a pretty weak gavel. Call the
Making up earlier.
public hearing,
You just got your
gavel in,
gavel
public hearing in the matter of determining sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials for 2021-2022. A public hearing will be held consistent with the provisions of Education Code Section 60119, sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials for the 2021-2022 school year. The purpose of the hearing is to adopt a resolution and to provide parents, teachers, students, members of the community, and bargaining unit leaders with an opportunity to comment regarding insufficient textbooks or instructional materials, or both, for pupils enrolled in the Burbank schools, including English learners, in each of the following subjects that are aligned to the academic content standards and consistent with the content and cycles of the curriculum framework adopted by the State Board of Education. History, social science, mathematics, English and language arts, including the English language development component of an adopted program, science, health, foreign language, and science lab equipment for courses offered in grades 9 to 12. All interested in reviewing such information should contact Peter Knapik, Director of Elementary Education, at 818-729-4451. With that, the public hearing is opened. I do have one card to address the public hearing. Mr. Schlossman.
I think that the biggest service that you could do for the kids is to make them financially literate. Of course, that's behind reading. I'm big on reading. But my kids, they have an economics class, and what you're teaching is lacking. What the current textbooks are lacking. We graduate kids that don't know how credit card works. They don't know how compound interest works. And we're doing such a disservice because these are the most important skills. Even the adults don't understand. They say, I have a mutual fund and I'm paying, 2% to manage it, and I don't even think about it. But after 10 years, they've taken 20% of your money. And the kids don't understand that. The kids don't understand the compounding effects of buying a Starbucks coffee. They don't know. I know everybody has to have a cell phone. Nobody's going to give up their cell phone. Nobody's going to give up their internet access. But some of these other things, the kids don't understand. And to me, finance is important. I think about it. It's like a hobby. I enjoy helping others. If you ever want to put together a committee, I know you got a committee on everything. I volunteer to serve on that committee, to put together a plan to help your kids be the best in the state. Really a leadership program. I want us to be the envy of everybody else in the state, the way we help our kids with financial literacy. So I think it's worth a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no others here to speak in the public hearing, I will gavel it closed. And we'll move on to new and unfinished business. Item 14A, adoption of the Resolution 10 proclaiming October as Burbank Unified School District's Filipino American History Month.
President Britt.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 10 proclaiming the month of October 2021 as Burbank Unified School District's Filipino American History Month, as presented.
Second.
I think Ms. Tabbitt got in on that one first. So it's been moved by Mr. Ferguson and seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. I don't think there's anything that needs to be
Change?
well,
Yeah.
any background that we need on this. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Do you have the?
Yeah, I do.
Right.
Okay, Resolution 10, proclaiming October 2021 the Burbank Unified School District's Filipino American History Month. Whereas the Filipino American community is the second largest Asian American group in the United States, with a population of approximately 3.1 million people. And whereas Filipino American servicemen and servicewomen have long-standing history in the armed forces from the Civil War to the Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts, including the 25,000 Filipinos who fought under the United States flag during World War II to protect and defend this country. And whereas 9 Filipino Americans have received the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest award for valor in action against an enemy force that can be bestowed upon an individual serving in the United States Armed Forces. And whereas Filipino Americans are an integral part of the United States healthcare system as nurses, doctors, and other medical professions. And whereas Filipino Americans have contributed greatly to fine arts, music, dance, literature, business, journalism, education, science, technology, government, politics, fashion, and other fields in the United States that enrich the landscape of the country. And whereas efforts should continue to promote the study of Filipino American history and culture, as mandated in the mission statement of the Filipino American National Historical Society, because the roles of Filipino American and other people of color have been overlooked in the writing, teaching, and learning of the United States history. Whereas it is important for Filipino American youth to have positive role models to instill in them the importance of education, complemented with the richness of their ethnicity and the value of their legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education proclaims the month of October as National Filipino American History Month and encourages all schools in the Burbank Unified School District to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. That's it.
Mr. President.
Yes, Dr.
I
Arcani.
also may, since we were talking about Dolores Huerta and we're celebrating Filipino month, I do want to also mention an individual. Filipino History Month, sorry. I do want to also mention one individual that sometimes people forget about from the Filipino community, which is Larry Itliong, who was the person really that started the whole movement and the Delano grape strike as well. Someone that, so I just thought connecting the two is also important for some of our viewers to remember.
Great, thank you, Dr. Arcani. We'll move on to item 14B, the adoption of Resolution 11, proclaiming October 10th through October 16th, 2021 as Week of the School Administrator.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move that the Board of Education adopt Resolution 11 proclaiming October 10th through October 16th, 2021 as Week of the School Administrator as presented.
I think Dr. Agakanian got it that time. It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. And I definitely think you want to read that.
The
one.
reading, yes. Resolution 11, proclaiming the week of October 10th through the 16th, 2021 as the week of the school administrator. Whereas school administrators are passionate, lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality public education. And whereas the title school administrator is a broad term used to define many education leadership posts, superintendents, assistant superintendents, directors, principals, assistant principals, special education and adult leaders, curriculum and assessment leaders, school business officials, classified educational leaders, and other school district employees are considered administrators. And whereas providing quality service for student success is paramount for the profession, and whereas most school administrators begin their career as teachers, the average administrator served in public education for more than a decade. Most of California's superintendents have served in education for more than 20 years. Such experience is beneficial in their work to effectively and efficiently lead public education and improve student achievement. And whereas school leaders depend on a network of support from school communities, fellow administrators, teachers, parents, students, businesses, community members, board trustees, colleges and universities, community and faith-based organizations, elected officials, and district and county staff and resources to promote ongoing student achievement and student and school success. And whereas research shows great schools are led by great principals and great districts are led by great superintendents, these site leaders are supported by extensive administrative networks throughout the state. And whereas the Burbank Unified School District has a distinguished, passionate, and quality site and district administrators supporting the teachers, staff, and students who deserve to be recognized for their service and dedication. And whereas the future of California's public education system, arguably the nation's public education system, depends on the quality of its leadership now. Therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Education, that the board of the Burbank Unified School District, that all school leaders be commended for their contributions they make to successful student achievement. And these past 2 years, more than ever, just a major thank you to all the folks who are leaders, who have to stand up every single day and make calls that are hard. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. We'll move on to item 14C, the adoption of Resolution 12 in the matter of determining sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials funding realignment program, IMRFP, certification of provision of standards aligned instructional materials 2021-22.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the Board of Education adopt Resolution 12 in the matter of determining sufficiency of pupil textbooks and instructional materials funding realignment program, IMFRP, certification of provision of standards aligned instructional materials for the 2021-2022 years presented.
Second. It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Knapik, is there anything you can give us here?
Good evening, Board President Frittner, Board members, Superintendent Hill, and the Burbank School community. The sufficiency of textbooks resolution is pertaining to each student within the school district has a textbook in English language arts, in mathematics, in social studies, in science, in the other subject areas that we had mentioned earlier in the public commentary. So I just wanted to go ahead and just reassure the board that we did survey all the schools, we surveyed all the principals, and that each of them are reporting that all of our students have textbooks and instructional materials, and at the secondary level, high school level, the laboratory science equipment that is needed.
Great. Thank you, Dr.
You're
Knapik.
welcome.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. 14D, approval of amended certificated supervisors and managers salary schedule A.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the Board of Education approve the revised certificated supervisors and managers salary schedule A as presented.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Neiman, can you give us a little information?
Thank you, President Frittner. This is, at the last board meeting, we approved a new salary schedule based on the 1% increase for certificated managers, certificate and classified, my apologies. And there was 2 rows that had an error in the formula for the salary schedule that was provided, so we corrected that. We were able to correct it actually before anyone was paid incorrectly, but since we wanted to make sure that the right one was posted and that we're using the right schedule for audits, we're bringing it back tonight for the revision.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Neiman. Any further discussion? No, sir. Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And thank you for all the work that was done on that to get that done in a very quick
Yes,
and
very
efficient
quick.
manner. I know how much time they had to put in on that. 14E, the ratification of substitute employee salary compensation increase.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the Board of Education ratify the substitute employee salary compensation increase effective October 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 as presented.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Neiman, again, if you could just enlighten us.
Absolutely. We've done a comparison of our subrates, our certificated subrates, with local districts, and we're trying to stay competitive. We've historically been lower than our surrounding districts, and we're finding that while we have substitutes that are employed with us, they're choosing to work in other districts because they're getting paid a higher rate. And that the demand and need is getting higher, and we anticipate more of an issue as we're transitioning some of our staff members. So this is a temporary increase in salary for our certificated subs, for our daily rates, and for our long-term assignments. We're unable to change the other avenues or other rates for subs, both on certificated and classified, because they're tied to the salary schedule. And so we don't want to raise those rates so that our subs are making more than our full-time employees. I get that question a lot. Why didn't we do this with classified? Why didn't we change this rate? And it's because we want to honor our full-time employees and the salaries that they're making. So the proposed salary increases for subs would go into effect this month.
Mr. Ferguson.
Just a comment, as we have visited sites, it is very apparent how necessary and how massive our substitute teaching shortage is. So to members of the Burbank community who have a bachelor's degree, correct, you right now can help Burbank schools tremendously. So if you are at home, if you have a stay-at-home lifestyle right now, and you have a bachelor's degree and can substitute for us, we are looking for that kind of support. This is temporary, right? We need to make this clear, right, to members of the public, because Measure I not passing and parcel taxes not passing are now leading to us not having the revenues to remain competitive. So we will use temporary revenues to remain competitive, but that means that we are anticipating falling behind from the onset of raising these compensation levels. So again, just a flag that we're trying to remain competitive. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just to piggyback on that, we're not the only district who's raising our rates.
100%.
We're all raising to compete with each other. And even if you don't have a bachelor's degree and you want to sub part-time, we'll take classified subs. So if you're interested in a full-time or part-time position, we will help find the right job for you.
And those jobs are available at the Burbank Unified website for folks to review at home. Again, anybody can do this if you have a degree or not. So please help us out.
Ms. Neiman, is there also, are you seeing as a trend in terms of shortage of teachers, period? And do we offer programs for would-be or teachers in the district? Because also I'm seeing a lot of people also retiring now. Part of it also has to do with COVID. People are just retiring early. I see this in the private sector a lot now.
I mean, statewide and nationwide, there's a labor shortage in general in just every field. I think every store you drive by, there's a "we are hiring" sign.
Yeah.
And teachers are no exception to that. We do accept interns. We work with universities for interns. We work with universities for the new kind of waiver. There's now a waiver that allows them to teach that's different than an intern. That's brand new with COVID. So we work with universities for PSWs. So we are exploring every avenue. We're trying to figure out how to support those individuals with PSWs and interns that may not have that same level of experience. But there is absolutely a shortage in just qualified people all around.
I also want to thank the cabinet. My understanding is that many members of cabinet are choosing to go back into the classroom and help out when there are shortages. So again, to all of our administrators, again, Week of the School Administrators, they are literally rocketing into school sites to cover this.
Yeah.
Somebody said this wasn't an emergency earlier this meeting.
It's an emergency.
We're there. So again, thank you.
Any other comments? Nope. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Item 14F, approval of agreement for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator Consultant.
President Fritner,
Dr. Weisberg.
I move that we approve the agreement for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator, not to exceed $8,000, effective October 8th, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Weisberg and seconded by Dr. Agakanian. I think we've already discussed previously. I don't think we need to go over again. Is there any discussion, question? Dr. Weisberg.
I just want to welcome Stephanie. She's still here. It is late. Welcome, 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 welcome.
If after the vote, we could
Yeah.
have.
I don't mean, I was
You
just
might
saying.
want to let us vote.
I'll call the
No, I'm
question.
just kidding.
Don't worry. Yeah, just to say that this is an integral part of the authentic work that we're doing school-wide, and it's an exciting step to take together. That's it.
District-wide.
Thank you.
District-wide. Sorry, it's like midnight.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Yes, now please.
Sorry, that was my
You've
fault,
waited
Stephanie. I was just
all night.
excited.
No, we appreciate you
Got her
being
home.
here.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm really excited to be part of the district. I grew up here, so I went to George Washington Elementary, Luther Burbank Middle School, and John Burroughs High School. So coming back to my alma mater, making some real structural changes is something that I'm really looking forward to, and just tackling some true issues here and understanding the true disconnect in the culture and the climate between teachers, parents, staff, and everything. So I'm really excited to be here and hope to make some real changes along with the staff and administrators.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Item 14G, approval of Board Policy 5132, dress and grooming.
President Frittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the board's approval of proposed revisions to select board policies and administrative regulations.
Been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Hill, can you just give a brief update?
As we talked about earlier, our student board members are active participants in helping shape policy in the district. This is one policy that our former student board members took the leadership on and working with staff to update our dress and grooming policy. Unfortunately, California School Boards Association, the next item is a packet. We've had packets at times where their policy overrode ours. We didn't catch that, and so we want to make sure that our policy is the one that's reflected on their book. So this is bringing ours back.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? You look like you have a question, Dr. Weisberg.
I do. How do we sort of, what's the word? I don't know words anymore. So I read the section about enforcement. How do we sort of implement, like, what enforcement guidelines are in place? So is it that, if it's a male teacher and a female student or a female identifying student, what are the guidelines for that to make sure that while our students may, reasonably be called out for a dress code violation, they're also not called out in a way that feels embarrassing or over-sexualizing or anything like that?
This was a lengthy discussion as we were developing the policy, is to make sure we implement it with that level of sensitivity. And so it really is about the training and working with our staff on how do you do that? How do you do it in a private space? How do you make sure that the student is comfortable and the student wants to bring in somebody else? So those are discussions that we've been having with administration as they implement the policy.
Thank you. I just wasn't, I didn't know, now I know. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion?
Call the question.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We have 4 ayes and 1 absent, so the motion carries 4-0. And as Dr. Hill pointed out, that was brought forth by our students, and the ASB student at the time at Burroughs, the president who brought it, was Louis Kahn, who I just want to mention is doing a fantastic job at George Washington University. I think I ran into him over the summer, or it was probably last summer, but I also saw a clip of him doing the speech to the incoming freshmen at George Washington, which I guess is a very prestigious thing there. He was the one who was picked to give the address to the incoming students, so is doing great there.
Proud of
him. Yes, very proud of him. So moving on to item 14H, approval of proposed revision of selected board policies and administrative regulations.
President Frittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move the Board of Education approve proposed revisions to select board policies and administrative regulations.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson and seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Dr. Helm? Anything there?
This is an update from the California School Board Association. This pack is primarily focused on legislative changes or some revised language for clarity.
All right. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0 with one absent. Moving on to 14I, approval of Every Student Succeeds Act, ESSA, federal addendum for 2021-2022.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education approve the revised Every Student Succeeds Act federal addendum for the 2021-2022 year as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson and seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Dr. Knopik?
Good evening again. The federal addendum is a requirement of our categorical programs, and the original federal addendum was approved by the board and by the State Board of Education in June and July of 2018. Annually, we look at updates that are required for the federal addendum, if any, and when they are, then we go ahead and take a look at the federal addendum, see if those updates are needed in the addendum, and then we bring it to board for approval. So once again, just want to go ahead and share with you that there was only one section that needed to be updated, and that's the educator equity section. And that mainly has to do with teacher counts from the 2021 school year. And we are reporting that during that school year, we had 3 teachers on permit, 17 teachers who had 2 or fewer years of experience, and we had no out-of-field teachers. So those were the only changes made to the federal addendum. And once again, that federal addendum is a compliance document, and the state of California, the California Department of Education will be looking at that document over the next month too, just for approval and those kind of things. So it's a procedural kind of a matter. And so with that, I just want to recommend the approval of the federal addendum.
Okay, any discussion? Questions? No? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Dr. Knopik. Item 14J, approval of Chuck Lorre Family Foundation expansion of Young Sheldon grant to elementary schools.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education approve the Chuck Lorre Family Foundation expansion of the Young Sheldon Grant program in the amount of $156,277 effective July 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2022 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson and seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Ms. Caseo, this is very exciting, so why don't you give us a little information on that?
Okay. Okay.
October 8th instead of July 1st?
Okay. So amended if that works for the seconder.
Yeah.
It does.
Is your mic on?
It's on.
Hello?
There you go.
That'll work.
Okay. So they are a great partner to the district. They have supported us not only with the Young Sheldon grant at the high schools, where they've given $15,000 a year to each school for several years now, and they've also helped support our food services with food, with the contribution for food distribution. They have supported our arts and CTE coordinator, music teachers. They've just been great. And now they came to us because they wanted to expand the Young Sheldon, which is a STEM grant science program, to elementary as well, all of the elementary schools.
That's awesome.
So it's $156,000, and what the schools are going to be ordering, what they wanted were iPad carts and Osmo Explorer starter kits, which is interactive games, science games for the students, and all of the schools will have that. So we're pretty excited.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Any discussion? Nope. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And thank you so much again, Ms. Caseo, and thank you to the Chuck Lorre Family Foundation. As you mentioned, they've been great partners and great supporters of our district, and we are very grateful to them. Item 14K, ratification of agreement for professional services, Protocol Nursing Agency.
President Frittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education ratify the agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and Protocol Agency, Inc. to provide qualified nursing staff for supplemental assignments to the district for the period September 9th, 2021 through September 8th, 2022, not to exceed $400,000. The designated account string, and that the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to BUSD AR 3314 is presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Ms. Tabbitt. Dr. Paramo, if you would.
Yes, the district was working with these two agencies. That's the next agenda item as well, to secure qualified nursing staff to supplement our nurses at the school sites who have been, to be quite honest, overwhelmed with doing not only their normal nursing duties, but all of the additional duties given COVID and assessment and quarantine and contact tracing. We needed the additional help. And so when we get to the spring semester, we'll reevaluate and still figure out if we still need the nurses to continue, and then we can come back and reevaluate and bring it back to the board.
Thank you. Any discussion? Mr. Ferguson.
I know it has been very, very hard finding nurses and finding agencies to do this work. So again, thank you for that. If we can have just a comprehensive report on staffing, for next semester, what changes we're anticipating making, which ones we're going to need to move on to general fund for long term, I think that helps us tell the story of the COVID impact a little bit better. So thank you.
Sure.
Any other discussion? Nope. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Was that you also? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, wait.
I didn't quite hear.
I'm here.
You're there. You're there.
Motion carries 5-0. Move on to 14L, ratification of agreement for professional services United Nursing International.
President Frittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education ratify the agreement between the Burbank Unified School District and United Nursing International to provide qualified nursing staff for supplemental assignments to the district for the period September 2nd, 2021 through September 1st, 2022, not to exceed $400,000 out of the designated account string, and that the authority to sign the agreement be exercised pursuant to BUSD AR 3314 is presented.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian, and Dr. Parama had just given us this information, so
Yep.
I don't think there's any further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Move on to 14M, the approval of Burbank High School girls volleyball overnight field trip.
President Frittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education approve the Burbank High School girls volleyball, good luck girls, field trip request to participate in the Southern California Invitational in San Diego, California from Friday, October 8th, 2021 through Saturday, October 9th, 2021 as presented.
Been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Dr. Paramo.
Just want to assure the board that all of our athletics and activity groups know the board directive on overnight trips, so we are following those protocols.
Excellent, thank you.
Can I ask a
Dr.
quick question?
Weisberg? Yep.
This may be redundant, but it says in the itinerary that all the students will be vaccinated. We're also assuming that means that all the guardians and coaches are also all vaccinated.
Yep, that was part of the
That's part
board
of the
directive.
That's what I
It's
thought.
everybody.
I just didn't read it there,
No,
so
sure.
I wanted. Thank you.
That's a good question, yes.
Actually, we got it's not sports, but it's an overnight trip, another group. We got a letter from the director stating how, what a great great experience it was for the kids, and to thank you for coming up with this policy. So thank you, because
Very good.
it's really, it was nice to hear too that it's working out, including those who aren't vaccinated but are getting tested regularly. It's working. So
Great.
Good job.
Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 14N, acceptance of gifts.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I'll move the Board of Education take formal action accepting the following gifts to the district, and the board president expeditiously convey in the best and most sincerest way our appreciation for the donors as presented.
Is that a second?
That is
You
a
seconded
second. It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson, seconded by Dr. Agakanian. No discussion, I don't think. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. The Board of Education wishes to convey our appreciation to the following donors. Vicky Kellyan, I hope I got it right, wishes to donate to the district $45 to be used for AP Advanced Placement Tests for economically challenged students. Amy Smead wishes to donate to the district $110 to be used for AP Advanced Placement Tests for economically challenged students. An anonymous donor wishes to donate to the district $7,840 to be used for the arts at Thomas Edison Elementary School. Charities Aid Foundation of America wishes to donate to the district $250 to be used by McKinley Elementary School at the site's discretion. Charities Aid Foundation of America wishes to donate to the district $75 to be used by Providencia Elementary School at the site's discretion. Blackbound Giving Fund wishes to donate to the district $576.93 to be used by McKinley Elementary School at the site's discretion. Blackbound Giving Fund wishes to donate to the district $384.62 to be used to purchase materials and supplies at Dolores Huerta Middle School. Thank you once again to all of our donors. Every gift, no matter how large or how small, is deeply appreciated every time, because they are all important and they all help fund important activities. So thank you. We'll move on to item 15, the consent agenda.
President Prittner.
Mr. Ferguson.
I will move items 15A through 15AY, except for items which board members wish to pull.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Ferguson and seconded by Dr. Agakanian. Are there any items that need to be pulled? Seeing none, and if there is no further discussion, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. I'll flip the cards, Johnny. If you're old enough to remember that.
I heard it.
We'll move on to item 16, request to address the board. I have one blue card at the moment. Mr. Schlossman.
It's a record, 4 times today. Hey, listen, if I go over a minute or two, please bear with me. I got a lot of things to say here. Number one, vaccinate, vaccinate, vaccinate. I'll leave that alone. Ms. Weisberg, you're out of line for correcting me, and we're going to get to that. Where's the leadership? And I'm talking to you, Ms. Weisberg. You know, you were elected in a landslide, and we wanted change here. And I was hoping for it. When I talked to you when you were running, all I cared about was please don't raise my taxes. And I think I voted for you. I don't remember. But that was my big concern. But the way you treat me and the way you treat others is very disappointing. When people get to talking, either people on this side or that side, you get your head bouncing up and down, and it reminds me of the little plastic Chihuahua dog in the back of a lowrider that, goes up and down. So it's off base, it's, you talk about me making a sound over here, but what you're doing is equally problematic. A few meetings ago, I called you simpletons. And I told you that you rubber stamp everything that is put before you and you don't discuss it. And you corrected me. You said, no, Mr. Schlossman, we do discuss these things. And you're doing it now. And the problem is, it's great that you agree with me. The problem is that you're not doing it in this room where all of us can see. And that's a violation of the Brown Act. We're supposed to hear you talk about these items. So that's that. At the last meeting, you said I pick on staff, and you're not going to put up with that anymore. Well, cite some examples. Sure, I talk about salaries and surrendering the vacation days for $20,000. Is that what you're referring to? Let's hear your examples. Now, you talked about, well, let me say it differently. You spin everything I say, and I feel like you don't hear me. That's really, I sit here in disbelief. I'm dumbfounded that you didn't hear a word I said. And an example today is when I talked about you're going to review the performance of the superintendent, and I gave an example. I said, when people were rioting and looting and burning, the superintendent called it protesting. And I took exception to that. That's lawlessness, and it's not to be condoned. So you spun it to, and you said, I feel obligated to correct you that there was legitimate protesters. Of course there were. That goes without saying. But that's not what the meaning of my statement was. So you dismissed what I said and spun it to something else, which was not my meaning at all. Okay. You said, I'm going to talk to you. You looked at me and said, I'm going to talk to you like you're 12 years old. Miss, I'm in my 60s. And it's very disrespectful the way you did that and say, I'm going to talk to you like you're one of my 12-year-old kids. How dare you? When I fill every year for the past 14 or 15 years, I fill out a registration card for my kids. And there's 2 boxes, male or female. And I check one of those boxes, and I'll leave that alone. I'll just say that. You talked about I changed my demeanor for when I spoke earlier versus, the second time I came to the podium. Well, they're different topics. And if I want to adjust my speech and my tonality, if I want to bang my shoe and pull a Khrushchev on the podium, I'll do it. If I want to jump up and down, move my hands, Mr. Ferguson, I'll do it. So to be criticized for something so trivial as that is also very off-putting. Now, I bit my tongue today. I wanted to tell you guys, I wanted to curse after the way you treated me, but I bit my tongue. I moderated it. So I'm learning. I'm doing better. Okay. Now, regarding this homophobia deal, you know what? You weren't here, but I'm going to tell you a story. One of your co-members said, I want to live in a house. I'm the only one living in an apartment. And you know what? I was the only one in the room who said, let me help you. I have experience to help you, Miss Weisberg. So, Mr. $330,000 didn't say a word. It was me. You didn't know that I have experience in these things, and I'm happy to help. And it would have involved working for free. It probably would have involved arranging to loan him the money for a down payment. I was offering to help. And that's not something a homophobic person does. So I took that as a problem. Just 1 minute, please. Mr. Frittner, I heard your request. When I was, over 45 years ago, I was in junior high school. That's what they called it then. And there was a fellow who used to paddle me. And they had corporal punishment back then. And I reached out to him a few weeks ago after all these years, more than 45 years. And we had a great conversation. And one of the things he said was, I miss my teaching. He says he's still qualified. Well, I'm going to have him call you, Ms. Neiman. Okay, that's one thing. And regarding Chuck Lorre, I mean, what a generous guy. I've stood here and I've called, over and over again, what have you done to thank these people who do so much for the school district? It's not enough just to say thank you. This is off the charts what this Chuck Lorre fella does for the kids. And you should be thinking about naming something after him. So will you please give that some thought too, and thank you for the extra minute. And by the way, if anybody wants to give me a ride home, my kid left me a long time ago. Thank you.
Very quickly, I want to believe that you're not homophobic. But when you make comments like, I check, there's a box that says boy or girl, and I check one and I'm going to leave it alone, the implication devalues our transgender students and the entire fluidity of gender, which we know to exist. So I hope that you will think about the words you're choosing if you truly aren't homophobic. And I would again say what I say a lot to you, which is you have to give respect to get it. I can only go by what you say at our meetings, and the meeting, what you say does not align with what you claim to be. And I want to believe that you are what you claim to be.
Any other board member response? Before we adjourn, we have two retirements to announce. First is Martha Ferguson, an occupational therapist assistant who began her service in June of 2003. And the other is Elva Pippert in Human Resources, a substitute teacher, and began her service in March of 1994. So thank you both for your service, and we wish you well in your retirements. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting at 11:58 in memory of Mara Prado and Gina Quintanar, two wonderful human beings. Thank you. Good night, 11:58.